Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into the quiet, flickering shadows of ancient Egypt, into the stone-cold stillness of a temple chamber where time seems to stall, and the air smells like melted resin and dust older than history. You were barefoot, of course, no sandals allowed past the third gate, and the floor underfoot is smoother than it should be, worn down by centuries of pacing priests who knew they were never truly alone. Your eyes adjust slowly. Pillars loom on either side like slumbering giants, and between them, hieroglyphs blink in the torchlight, scenes of gods with falcon heads, bull horns, lion claws. You're not sure if they're smiling or frowning. Probably both. Ahead of you, a single doorway gapes open, and inside it, the most sacred space in the temple. A shrine, a statue, a presence. You weren't supposed to come in here. You're not ritually clean. You didn't shave. You had garlic 2 hours ago. Honestly, you probably wouldn't survive 5 minutes in here without making some sort of divine faux pas. But don't worry, you're just visiting. For now. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, post your city and local time in the comments. I always love knowing who's falling asleep to this and where. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You ease further into the sanctuary, and it's not quite silent. There's the distant hiss of incense in bronze braziers, the near whisper of linen robes shifting, and a faint scraping sound, like someone slowly dragging a wooden comb over stone. You're not alone. Of course you're not. You're in a temple. There are always watchers. See, back in ancient Egypt, around 1500 BCE, if you want to be fashionably late, the priesthood wasn't a cushy job. It wasn't robes and riddles and waving scepters. It was more like a never-ending shift. And the customer was a god who didn't believe in breaks. The priest you just startled, he's been up since before dawn. His first task? Waking the statue. No, not metaphorically. Literally. Every morning, Egyptian priests would awaken the god statue, which had spent the night sealed inside a sanctuary like this one. They'd clap or chant softly, then open the doors of the shrine, because apparently gods aren't morning people either. You watch as the priest approaches the divine figure, an imposing, gilded statue with inlaid lapis lazuli eyes and a crown taller than your niece. And then, reverently, the priest starts the daily dressing ritual. Gold linen, perfumed oils, eyeliner, yes, eyeliner, and a complicated set of rituals involving incense, sacred words, and maybe a little backstage panic if they forgot which spell came first. Historians still argue whether the awakening ceremony was meant to literally imbue the statue with the god's presence, or just honor it with theatrical flair. Either way, the pressure was real. And here's the twist. While the deity gets all the royal treatment, the priest, he hasn't even had breakfast yet, because before entering the god's presence, he had to fast, bathe in a sacred lake, purify his body, and recite complex prayers while shaving. Everything. Eyebrows, chest, probably toes. Egyptian gods were very much not into body hair. Cleanliness wasn't next to godliness. It was godliness. One stray chin hair, and suddenly you're banished to scroll copying duty in a windowless room beside the temple cats. Not great. You follow the priest through the rest of the morning. After waking and dressing the deity, there's feeding. But of course, the god doesn't actually chew and swallow. So the food, piles of bread, fruit, meat, and maybe even wine, is presented, blessed, and then awkwardly reclaimed. The priest gathers it back up and carries it off. Because sacred leftovers? Those go to the clergy. It's a bit like making your boss lunch, serving it to their portrait, and then taking it home for dinner. Fringe detail. Some temples had specially trained monkeys who helped with offering rituals. No, seriously. But don't be fooled into thinking priests had it easy. This wasn't a 9 to 5. It was 24/7, 365. Because the gods never clocked out. Even at night, someone had to stay close in case the statue needed guarding or a celestial vision arrived unannounced. And sleep? That was a dangerous luxury. The temple didn't sleep like a home does. Its halls stayed half-lit, its doorways never fully closed. The gods were present, awake and sometimes moody. If you slept too soundly, you might miss a sign, or worse, you might be in one. Some priests were chosen specifically for their dreams. Yes, dream interpreters were a real job title. They'd sleep near sacred spots and report what they saw. If a god appeared and demanded more honey cakes or fewer goats, that was important feedback. You'd better believe temple management took it seriously. You pass a mural now, carved with astounding precision. A priest kneels before a towering god. His hands are raised, but his eyes are open, wide, alert. There's fear there, maybe awe, maybe both, and maybe. You recognize that feeling, because, let's be honest, being a servant of the divine might be holy, but it was also terrifying. By the time this priest gets to his own small meal, usually bread and beer, maybe some salted fish, it's late afternoon. He's exhausted. He's hungry. He smells like a bonfire wrapped in lavender. And yet, he still has evening prayers to conduct, temple gates to lock, chants to memorize, and statues to check on. And somewhere, among all that, he needs to lie down. But can he sleep? Only if he keeps one eye open. Section 2. Gods with deadlines. You follow him, this weary priest, as he retreats from the shrine, his arms stiff from hours of incense swinging, his mind a blur of spells and syllables. Outside the sanctuary, the air is still thick with heat, even though the sun has dipped below the temple walls. The limestone corridors hold warmth like a stubborn secret, radiating it back at him as he walks. There's no chance to relax just yet. The schedule is relentless. You see, Egyptian temple priests weren't just caretakers of gods. They were managers of the sacred, with a to-do list micromanaged by eternity itself. Let's run through a typical day. First, pre-dawn purification. The priest had to bathe in sacred water, sometimes in freezing temperatures, before the sun was even thinking about rising. Imagine shivering in the dark while trying not to drop a bronze razor or skip the right chant. Historians still debate whether these purification rites were strictly observed by every priest or just the elite ones. But either way, the fear of offending a god by showing up with morning breath was real. Then came the wake-up rituals for the deity, opening the shrine, singing sacred songs, waving incense, dressing the statue in garments finer than anything the priest himself could afford. The priest might go through 7 robes in one service, each symbolizing a divine attribute. Meanwhile, his own sandals are probably made of reused goat leather. The irony doesn't escape you. After that, recitation. And not your average bedtime story. We're talking hymns so long and intricate, they make modern tax codes look breezy. Some were written in a language so archaic that even the priests didn't fully understand them. But they still had to get every word right, mispronounce a divine name, and legend said the god might become displeased, which, in ancient Egyptian theology, was basically spiritual DEFCON 1. Lunch? Don't even think about it yet. Next came inspecting offerings, examining everything from lotus petals to honeyed cakes. Each item had to be perfect. No bruises on the fruit, no wilted flowers, not too hot, not too cold. If you're getting divine Goldilocks vibes, you're not wrong. This wasn't just ritual. It was performance art with high stakes. By mid-afternoon, if he was lucky, the priest might finally sit. Briefly. But even rest was complicated. He couldn't lounge, couldn't let his linen robes touch the floor, couldn't fall asleep in the temple courtyard. If he did, there was always the chance someone would report him. Temple politics were very much a thing. You glance around the complex now. Dozens of chambers, staircases, storehouses, cloisters. The place hums with life, and yet there's a kind of controlled hush. Everyone here walks like they're balancing something invisible. Every word is weighed. Every glance has layers. And yes, somewhere nearby, there's probably a scribe furiously noting who showed up late for the noonday chant. One quirky truth: there were literally priests assigned to clap. That's right, ritual clappers, whose sole task was to provide percussive punctuation to the sacred texts. Imagine going home and telling your family, "Today, I clapped next to a god for 6 hours." Not exactly LinkedIn material, but hey, it was holy. And still, as the sun starts to slip lower, the schedule presses on. The evening duties begin with more offerings, more incense, more singing. The sun god Ra might be setting, but that just means Osiris, god of the underworld, is clocking in. The priests have to pivot seamlessly between cosmic work shifts. One moment they're praising life and fertility, and the next they're invoking the balance of death, all while hungry, itchy, and sweating through their 5th set of linen. You wonder if they ever messed up on purpose. If some overworked priest, overwhelmed by chants and hieroglyphs, ever muttered, "Oops," during a purification rite. Maybe substituted one flower for another, just to see if anyone noticed. And then immediately regretted it when a sandstorm rolled in. Historians still argue whether the structure of these rituals was strictly enforced, or if priests had wiggle room depending on the temple and region. Some inscriptions suggest a fairly flexible approach. Others read like micromanaged divine playbooks. What's certain is this: the gods didn't sleep, and they definitely didn't tolerate sloppiness. At the end of the day, if you could even call it an end, the priest finally leaves the inner sanctum. Doors are closed, curtains drawn. The god statue is back in divine rest mode. But the priest? He's not off duty. He still has to record everything. Who gave what? Which chant was used? Whether the sacred geese squawked during the third incense wave. Yes, sacred geese. They were a thing. He reaches his small quarters near the edge of the temple complex. No wife, no kids, no Spotify playlist. Just a mat, a jar of water, and a distant hope that his fellow priest doesn't snore like a hippo again tonight. And now, for the main event. Sleep. Only, he doesn't. Not really. Because even here, behind supposedly safe doors, the rules don't stop. He might have dreams. Important ones. Ones that carry messages. Or warnings. He's trained to wake at the smallest sound, the tiniest flicker. Because the gods could call at any hour. Because the line between this world and the next is thinnest in the dark. So, he lays back, eyes half closed, one ear open to the hush of reeds outside the temple wall. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. Maybe it's just a jackal. Maybe it's a sign. You lie next to him now, in your mind, feeling the stillness, noticing how even vigilance in this place feels like something's waiting, and you realize, with a shiver of understanding, the gods may rest in their shrines, but their priests never truly do. Section 3. No snacking before purity. You wake, if you even slept at all, to the sound of footsteps brushing over stone. Not hurried, not loud, just the measured pace of a man who already knows what he has to do, and how many mistakes he's not allowed to make. The priest is up again, long before sunrise, his shadow flickering in the lamplight as he crosses the courtyard. His face still carries the ache of a half-night's rest, but there's no hesitation. His first stop? The purification basin. Imagine standing waist-deep in a pool of chilly, sacred water, while the stars still blink overhead, and frogs croak warnings from the reeds. Not exactly spa vibes. You get the sense he's done this so many times. He could probably chant the required prayers backward, blindfolded, and still remember not to splash. The thing is, he has to purify himself again before even thinking about re-entering the sacred chambers. Not once a day, but multiple times. Ancient Egyptian priests were like walking barcodes of holiness. Every step required recalibration. And today, he's thinking about the bread. Not just any bread. Sacred bread. The kind prepared in silence, baked in clean ovens, with flour ground on consecrated stones by women who were themselves ritually pure. Garlic? Forbidden. Onions? Also a no. And meat? You must be joking. You start to see a pattern here. Anything pungent, exciting, or remotely satisfying was viewed as spiritually disruptive. Why? Because the gods didn't like strong smells that didn't belong to them. The incense was fine. It was divine. But garlic on a priest's breath? That was considered sacrilege. Historians still argue whether these food restrictions were practical hygiene rules or symbolic gestures of separation from worldly life. Either way, a priest with stinky breath might find himself mysteriously assigned to latrine duty. Oh yes, there was a priest for that too. Technically, a temple sanitation overseer, but you get the idea. You shadow the priest as he moves through the temple kitchens. It's barely lit, but already there's the soft clatter of pots, the low thrum of fire. Others are awake too: bakers, scribes, animal handlers. Temple life never fully stops. In the far corner, you catch the gentle bleating of a goat that's definitely not long for this world. Offerings, you think. Nothing personal. But our priest today isn't slaughtering anything. His task is to inspect the offerings for blemishes. Bananas? Nope. They didn't have those yet. Grapes? Yes. Dates? Definitely. Fish? Bread? Onions? But not for the priest. And the finest beer, filtered through reeds to remove bugs. Fringe fact: sometimes these offerings were meant to feed multiple gods, depending on the temple size. A divine buffet. You follow him to the offering tables, where he begins the process of blessing. One by one, each item is presented with chants and gestures. He circles a plate of dates 3 times clockwise, lights a stick of resin incense, pours a splash of beer. This food won't be consumed by the god. It's a symbolic transaction, like divine DoorDash with spiritual payment already processed. But here's the tricky bit. He has to do all of this exactly right. The gestures, the words, the rhythm. Mess up even slightly, and the entire ritual might be void. And no one wants to tell a sun god that his breakfast blessing was botched. You can feel the weight of that responsibility, standing in front of something sacred, knowing that your hands, your voice, your purity are the only things standing between honor and offense. And as if that weren't enough, the priest isn't even allowed to eat any of the blessed food yet, not until it's sat long enough, soaked in holiness, and been officially withdrawn. Then it gets divided among the clergy, like some kind of cosmic potluck with highly specific guest lists. By mid-morning, the priest is already exhausted, but still, there are scrolls to copy. You follow him into the scribe room, walls stacked with papyrus, jars of ink, tiny brushes so precise they make modern pens look clumsy. His task? Transcribe part of the daily office, a collection of prayers, invocations, and songs so long, even modern Egyptologists sometimes need naps between translations. But there's no spell check, no margin for error. A single mistake in writing a god's name could spell disaster. Literally. There are cases, rare but chilling, where miswriting a glyph might result in expulsion from the temple ranks, or worse, reassignment to goat duty. And goats, as you know, hold grudges. Interestingly, some priests deliberately left gaps when writing sacred names, like inserting blank spaces where Ra or Amun should be, a kind of respectful pause, a written breath of reverence. Scholars still debate whether this was pious caution or a clever workaround for spelling anxiety. By now, the sun is high. Heat ripples through the stone hallways. The priest takes a brief break in the shade of a column, wiping sweat from his brow. His linen robe clings damply to his skin, and he sighs. Not dramatically, just enough to let the gods know he's still trying. This is the life he chose, or more likely, the life chosen for him. Most priests came from hereditary lines. If your father served in the temple, so would you. Training began young, and by adulthood, you were already fluent in divine etiquette, secret symbols, and how to perfectly tilt a tray of figs in front of a falcon-headed statue. You wonder what he dreams of. Freedom? Sleep? a day without incense in his nose, but there's no room for complaint. That's part of the job. Holiness wasn't a badge. It was a burden. As he heads back toward the shrine for another round of afternoon rituals, you notice something odd. He glances behind him, just once. A flicker of instinct, or maybe superstition. Because even here, in the safest place in the empire, even surrounded by buzz and golden silence, priests kept looking over their shoulders. And that tells you everything. Section 4. The Curse of Cleanliness. You follow him deeper now, through a narrow passage lined with painted figures, blue-skinned gods wielding staffs, cobras coiled around sun discs, and rows of priestly ancestors with eyes forever wide open. The walls are telling stories in silence, and the silence feels heavier here, like it's watching. The priest pauses at a side chamber and steps inside. No candles, no incense, just a cold stone room with a polished basin, a bundle of clean linen strips, and a copper razor so sharp it practically glows in the gloom. Time for the third purification. You heard that right? The third, because Egyptian priests weren't just expected to be ritually clean. They were expected to be aggressively, almost obsessively, clean. Not in the quick rinse and go way. We're talking full body shaving, multiple times a day. Every arm hair, every eyebrow, every whisper of a beard. Even the parts you hope never see sunlight. Why? Because body hair was considered a sign of impurity. Hair could trap sweat, scent, sin? Who knows? Whatever the logic, it didn't matter. The rule was absolute. If you showed up to a ritual with a rogue armpit hair, you might as well walk straight into the Nile and start a new life as a fisherman. Historians still argue whether every priest followed the strict shaving schedule or just those entering the inner sanctum. But surviving records suggest that if you were in regular contact with the god statue, you were shaving more than a competitive swimmer. Imagine the dedication. 3 times a day, hunched over a basin, bladed in hand, reciting purification spells while trying not to nick your elbow. And all this while sleep-deprived, heat-exhausted, and probably low on blood sugar. Fringe fact? Some priests likely had attendants to help them with hard-to-reach spots. You try explaining that job to your mom. Once shaved and dressed in fresh linen, he heads toward the outer temple courtyard. This time, he's not alone. Other priests are assembling, younger ones carrying scrolls, older ones adjusting ceremonial wigs, stiff black cones that were more symbolic than stylish. The sun bears down mercilessly, but no one squints. It's disrespectful to wince in the presence of the divine. You notice something funny. One priest is wearing sandals that squeak loudly. At every step, the sound echoes across the stone. Normally, this would be embarrassing. Here, it's risky. Why? Because approaching a deity's chamber wasn't just about cleanliness, it was about silence. Entering the inner sanctum involved a kind of sacred choreography. Step, pause, bow, offer, breathe, then repeat. No sneezing, no throat clearing, and certainly no sandal symphonies. You can't help but wonder if squeaky sandal guy gets accidentally reassigned to storage duty later. The procession moves toward the temple's core, the sanctuary where the god resides. The doors are huge, carved from cedar, and inlaid with bronze. They creak slightly as they open, not from lack of oil, but from the weight of years. This place was built to last forever, after all. Eternity had a real estate budget. Inside, it's cooler, quieter. The walls are closer, the air thick with old incense and reverence. The god statue stands ahead, partly in shadow, draped in gold, eyes lined with charcoal pigment. It doesn't move. It doesn't breathe. But somehow, it sees. The priests spread out in a half circle. Each has a task. One lights incense, another sprinkles water. Our priest steps forward, holding a cloth bundle. Inside, a fresh garment for the god, woven with lotus thread, dyed the color of sunrise, blessed in 7 ways before it ever touched this room. And yes, this statue gets an outfit change multiple times a day. Not because it's sweaty, but because neglecting divine appearance was a sin. Think of it like running a celebrity's wardrobe, except the celebrity is a solar deity who can smite cities. No pressure. As they change the statue's clothes, they recite hymns, not from memory, too risky, from scrolls. Long, looping texts written in elegant cursive that only a trained priest could decipher. The chants praise the god's strength, beauty, mercy, and a dozen other traits that conveniently align with what the temple needs that month. You're starting to notice something now. These rituals, they're more than devotion. They're a script, a contract, a performance carefully orchestrated to keep divine order in place. Skip a line, miss a step. And it wasn't just personal failure. It was cosmic offense. And yet, the human element still peeks through. One priest stifles a yawn and almost knocks over a tray of sacred bread. Another fumbles with the incense lid, sending a plume of smoke into someone's eyes. You see it happen in slow motion. An awkward standoff between panic and decorum. No one says a word. No one dares. Because behind the golden statue, there's always a watcher. Not just the god, but the high priest, the scribes, the other priests. Temple life was hierarchical, and mistakes had consequences. Not just a slap on the wrist. Maybe a silent demotion. Maybe rumors. Maybe your name quietly vanishes from the temple register next week. Back outside, the rituals wind down. The god is dressed, fed, praised, and now left to rest, if statues rest. Our priest exits slowly, his steps softer now, his shoulders slightly straighter. Another service complete. Another checkmark on the divine ledger. You'd think he'd finally get a break. But no. He's on gate duty now. That means standing for hours near the temple entrance, repeating a prayer every time someone enters, guarding not just the door, but the energy. No unauthorized sandals, no chaotic spirits, no common folk with complaints about goat thefts. This is sacred space, and he's the first line of defense. The sun is lower now. His robes are soaked with sweat. His lips are dry from chanting. His feet are blistered. And still, he stands. Because even in the fading light, the gods are watching. And the priest knows what happens to those who forget to be perfect. Section 5. Feeding the gods. But not really. By now, you'd think the priest had earned a break. A sip of water, maybe a nap, or just 5 blissful minutes without someone chanting next to his ear. But nope. The gods got lunch plans. The divine meal service begins promptly. No room for improvisation. Our priest trudges to the preparation chamber, where an array of meticulously arranged offerings awaits. Bowls of lentils, loaves of bread in elaborate spirals, roasted duck, and honey-drenched dates that could make a pharaoh drool. And wine. Always wine. Because even though gods didn't technically eat or drink, they expected 5-star treatment. Every item has been selected, washed, and consecrated earlier this morning by temple kitchen staff. The offerings were never casual. Every crumb had a role. Everything had to be just right. Historians still debate whether the food's positioning held symbolic meaning. Was it really crucial that the figs face north? Or did one fussy high priest just start a trend 200 years ago? No one knows. But the ritual stuck. Our priest picks up a platter. It's heavy, real duck, roasted with fennel and pomegranate glaze. It's not for him, obviously. This is all for the god, who happens to have very particular tastes. The priest carries it into the offering chamber and places it gently before the statue, accompanied by a string of elegant sing-song prayers. You imagine trying to keep a straight face during this. You're placing food in front of a statue that never eats. You do it every day. And yet, you have to treat it like the most important dinner guest in the world. Not even a royal, but the literal architect of the cosmos. Forget to bow properly, and your next posting might be the desert. But here's the twist. After the god has accepted the food through a series of symbolic gestures, blessings, and incense swirling around it, what happens next? The priest takes the food away. Yes, really. Because although the god's spirit was believed to absorb the offering's essence, the physical meal, that got passed to the temple staff. The more divine your position, the better your leftovers. High priests got first dibs on duck. Junior scribes, enjoy your divine celery stick. This hand-me-down system was part sacred ritual, part payroll plan. Priests weren't paid in coin, but in rations. The temple was its own economy, and meals like this were how it moved. There were entire hierarchies over who got which leftovers. You'd be amazed how fast someone could go from chanting partner to steward of fermented figs just by whispering in the right ear. But it wasn't always smooth. One time, records mention an entire offering tray going missing. Just poof, gone. No explanation. One priest blamed a monkey. Another claimed divine intervention. One very sleep-deprived scribe simply wrote, unaccounted. You can almost hear the ancient version of, not my problem. And here's the more uncomfortable reality. Sometimes the offerings did spoil. Left out too long, or brought in from a spoiled batch, or accidentally swapped with ordinary food. In those cases, the god was considered insulted. The rituals had to be re-performed. Apologies had to be made. And you, our poor priest, might end up fasting in penance. For a meal, you didn't even get to nibble. You step back from the offering chamber, watching the priest wipe his hands on a corner of his robe. He looks around, making sure everything is in place. The dishes, the incense, the scrolls. Nothing can be left askew. It's not just aesthetics. It's sacred geometry. Then, in an odd moment of quiet, he allows himself a single, shallow breath. But he doesn't linger, because there's always something else. This time, it's inspection duty. The sacred tools used in rituals, knives, goblets, anointing brushes, incense burners, have to be checked, cleaned, and stored in a very specific order. It's like a divine kitchen cleanup, but if you put the ladle in the wrong drawer, you might doom the harvest. As he examines a copper knife, he pauses. There's a speck. Not blood, just something. A smudge. Still unacceptable. He murmurs a cleansing spell and wipes it down carefully. These aren't just tools. They're extensions of divine will. Treating them with anything less than reverence risks cosmic imbalance. Or so the scrolls say. And yet, there's something almost mundane about it. The motions, the fatigue, the part where sacred becomes routine. You can see it in his shoulders, the way his feet drag slightly now. There's no drama, no celestial music playing, just one man trying to keep up with a god who never takes naps. At some point, you start to wonder, did the priests believe all of it? Did they really think the god was watching every offering, judging every recited hymn, tracking every speck of dust? Historians still argue this. Some believe the rituals were performed with absolute conviction, every gesture heavy with meaning. Others suspect there was a degree of going through the motions, especially among overworked clergy in sprawling temples like Karnak. After all, even devotion gets sore feet. But belief or not, the stakes were the same. You didn't slack off. Not if you valued your place. Not if you wanted to stay near the inner sanctum. Not if you wanted access to the deeper knowledge, the scrolls and spells that only the highest ranks ever got to see. By now, the temple courtyard is glowing gold in the late afternoon sun. Pigeons flutter along the rooftop edges, cooing with indifferent sacredness. Somewhere, a priest is arguing with a monkey over a fig. And our priest? He sits, barely, for 1 minute. He looks up at the sky, not to relax, but to check the time. Because soon, it'll be sunset. And sunset means evening rites. You can almost hear the sigh that he doesn't allow himself to make. Because feeding the gods? That was the easy part. Section 6. When gods don't clock out. The sun is slipping low now, casting long shadows across the colonnades and turning the white stone floors into streaks of honeyed gold. But no one's watching the sunset for pleasure. Least of all, our priest. He's squinting at it like a ticking clock, because the gods don't do after hours. As twilight approaches, the tempo of the temple shifts again. You'd think, after the morning chaos of washing, dressing, feeding, blessing, and general god-courting, that this place would start winding down. Not even close. Because Egyptian theology ran on a 24-hour clock. And just as Ra was sailing his golden boat below the horizon, a whole other spiritual bureaucracy was clocking in. Nighttime wasn't rest time. It was threat time. You follow our priest through a side corridor toward the evening shrine. His gait is slower now. He's probably been up for 18 hours already. But his mind is racing ahead, counting chants, picturing incense trays, double-checking the scroll texts in his head. The night shift isn't easier. It's just darker. Tonight, he's on standby for after-hours divine maintenance. The statue of the god, still dressed in the garments changed earlier, gets its final visitation before being sealed into its shrine. That part's routine. What isn't routine? When the god calls. That might sound poetic, but here, it's more like a metaphysical push notification. The gods weren't polite. If they wanted incense at midnight, or a recitation of the 24-line hymn to Nut, goddess of the sky, they expected it, no matter what time it was. No excuses. No do not disturb settings. You peek inside the small sanctum where the priest enters alone. He checks the positioning of the statue, makes sure the incense burner is snuffed just right, and that no lint has drifted onto the offering table. Lint. Can you imagine being smote over lint? Then, with great care, he closes the shrine doors. Not quickly, slowly, reverently, each motion a whisper of intention. The bolts are fastened, the curtains drawn. The god rests now, theoretically, but out here, in the dim halls of the temple, the priests remain alert. That's because even after the god statue is tucked in for the night, spiritual responsibility doesn't sleep. The temple is vast. Shadows stretch long between stone pillars. Statues stare from alcoves. Scrolls rustle with breezes that don't have sources. It's not the kind of place you wander half awake, especially not when you know what's out there. Because while the gods had priests, the shadows had their own guests. Demons, misfortune spirits, hungry ghosts, the kind of metaphysical riffraff that tended to sneak in when the temple walls cooled and no one was chanting loud enough. Egyptian theology had a whole roster of night creeping entities. Some could disrupt rituals. Others could sicken a priest. Some just liked breaking stuff, which is why, surprise, certain priests were assigned night watch. Yes, temple night shift was real. And our priest? He's on it tonight. He doesn't carry a sword, just a staff, a lamp, and a bundle of charms woven into his sash. Protection amulets, scarabs, bits of scripture sewn into linen. There's even a tiny pouch of natron salt hanging under his belt. Not for seasoning, for warding off evil. You learn fast in the temple. What keeps meat from rotting sometimes works for souls too. As he patrols the halls, you start to feel it too. The weight of the quiet. The not quite silence that presses in from all sides. You can hear the scratching of tiny claws somewhere. A mouse? A lizard? Or something worse? Don't worry. Probably just a beetle. But still, you get why he keeps glancing over his shoulder. These corridors, lit only by oil lamps, were full of echoes. Even the statues seem to turn ever so slightly when you're not looking. That one over there. It was facing a different way a moment ago, right? Historians still argue whether these nightly watch duties were symbolic or taken completely seriously. Some temples documented visitation dreams and nocturnal warnings that sound more like horror stories than theology. Was it all metaphor? Or did ancient priests really believe that something crept in from the other world when the stars came out? Let's just say, they took no chances. Every hour or so, the priest stops at specific shrine points and recites short protective invocations. Sometimes just a name of power. Other times, a full verse from a sacred scroll. In between, he marks the time by listening to the position of the stars. Yes, seriously. Some senior priests trained to tell time by the sky. Your smartwatch Feels kind of sad in comparison now, doesn't it? At one point, he meets another priest, a brief nod, a whispered exchange of all quiet. Then they part again, disappearing into different hallways. You get the sense that even when working together, temple priests preferred solitude. Too much talking might disturb the balance or attract attention. And here comes the strangest part. Once the final shrine check is complete and the midnight hymn has been whispered beneath a sacred fig carving, our priest returns to a small alcove near the sanctuary. He lays down his mat. He places his staff beside him. And he closes only one eye. Because, you see, sleeping completely, that was dangerous. Even rest had rules. If a god visited you in a dream and you weren't ready to receive it, that was a lost message. Or worse, a disrespect. You had to be ready, even half awake, even bone-tired. And if it wasn't the gods disturbing your dreams, it might be something else. So the priest sleeps as best he can, lightly, fitfully, cradled by walls that have held centuries of prayers and secrets. You watch the oil lamp flicker as his chest rises and falls. The light dances across his face. He doesn't snore. He doesn't stir. But you get the feeling that one part of him, one ancient, disciplined part, never really went to sleep, and maybe that's the whole point. Section 7. The Squeaky Sandal Protocol. The lamp guttered out sometime after the second watch of the night. You missed the exact moment, distracted by the rhythmic breath of the priest and the way the temple ceiling seemed to shift slightly in the dark, like it was breathing, which, honestly, wouldn't surprise you at this point. There's movement now, soft, deliberate. The priest rises. No stretch, no sigh. Just a smooth return to wakefulness, like someone trained to treat consciousness as a switch instead of a climb. He adjusts his sash, checks the amulet still tied at his hip, and disappears into the corridor, like a shadow returning to its post. He's heading toward the sanctuary again, not because anything is wrong, but because it's time for another check. Yes, another one. If this temple had a security system, it would be priests making hourly rounds with flaming sticks and muttered spells. And so, you follow, because this is where things get truly strange. The corridor he takes is different from the others. Narrower, darker, and lined with old reliefs that don't show gods or pharaohs, but watchers, eyes, dozens of them, carved into stone, wide, unblinking, watching everyone and everything. Some are human, some aren't. These were warning symbols, meant to protect sacred space by keeping unwanted spirits from sneaking in. Think of them like spiritual motion detectors. Fringe fact: some temples even painted these eyes on ceilings, so the gods could see who entered from above. A little creepy, a little genius. The priest reaches the door to the sanctuary, not the public one, but a small side entrance known only to certain ranks. He pauses, touches the door frame, whispers a prayer, and listens. Not for sounds, for absence. You begin to understand the difference now. In temple life, noise wasn't the enemy. It was the wrong kind of silence that made people nervous. With a soft creak, the door opens. Inside, the god's statue, unmoved, unchanged, resting as it should, draped in gold and linen, its face illuminated by moonlight filtering in from a clerestory slit high above. It doesn't move. Of course it doesn't. But still, your skin prickles like it might. The priest steps in and checks everything. The tray, the linens, the incense, the positioning of the amulet that hangs just above the statue's chest. Every object is accounted for. Nothing's disturbed. But still, he hesitates. Then he does something unexpected. He kneels, not in the formal, "here comes the blessing" sort of way, but like someone easing down next to a friend. He lowers his head, not touching the floor, and begins to whisper. This is not a scheduled ritual. He's speaking low and fast, not a chant, not a hymn. You catch fragments, personal things, worries, regrets, questions, the kind of murmured midnight confessions people offer to the dark when they think no one else is listening. It's not in the scrolls. It's not in the schedule. It's just human. And in this moment, you realize something important. These priests, so often painted as emotionless rule followers, they still needed comfort. They still feared the unknown. They still snuck in a whispered plea when the world got too heavy. Historians don't write about these moments. There are no papyrus scrolls labeled midnight meltdowns, but they had to exist. No one carries the weight of a god every day without bending once in a while. He finishes his whisper, pauses, stands, and gently backs out, careful not to disturb even the air around the statue. The door closes, the bolt slides, and the silence returns. But something's different now, because this wasn't just maintenance. This was relationship, not just duty to a god, but trust, fear, hope, the kind of late-night prayer that every human, priest or not, has mumbled into the dark at some point. And now it's time for the long corridor patrol. You trail the priest past columns etched with ancient stories, the triumph of Horus, the birth of Osiris, the day the sun paused in the sky. These myths aren't bedtime tales. They're blueprints for cosmic balance. If one part falters, the whole world tilts. That's why the temple must be guarded. That's why the priests must stay awake. That's why even the sandals must be silent. Remember Squeaky Sandal Guy? He's here now. You spot him rounding a corner with a grimace and a new pair of shoes. Someone got the message. The two priests nod at each other, muted acknowledgement in the moonlit hall, and continue in opposite directions. Their paths are choreographed, designed so no chamber goes unchecked, no doorway unguarded. And yes, some of those doors lead nowhere. Just small, walled-off rooms where no one is allowed. Rooms with no records, no functions, only stories. One such door stands to your right, cracked, slightly open. A draft seeps through, smelling faintly of something old. Maybe resin, maybe fear. You look inside. Nothing but darkness. And yet, you can't help feeling like something looks back. The priest doesn't check this room. He never does. None of them do. Not after what happened that one night, though no one writes about it, and no one says it out loud. Instead, they walk past. They say the right words. They keep the eye of Horus amulet in their palm just a little tighter. You're back near the main court now. The air is cooler. Somewhere, a night bird calls. A soft breeze stirs the reeds near the outer wall. The stars above the temple are sharp and clear, watching like the carvings on the walls. And then, from somewhere inside, a small bell chimes. Once. The signal. Time to wake the statue. Because in some temples, gods were awakened again at midnight, not fully dressed this time, just acknowledged. A small rite, a reminder that they still watched, still ruled, even in the dark. The priest turns back toward the sanctuary, and once again, his eyes stay open, just a little too wide. Section 8. That time, a cat became a god. By the time the midnight rite ends, the temple is impossibly still. The kind of stillness that doesn't happen in modern life anymore. No cars, no hum of refrigerators, not even the flicker of electricity. Just the hush of sandstone, incense, ash, and the occasional squeak of a beetle stepping on another beetle. Our priest emerges from the sanctuary with the same soft steps he used going in. Nothing rushed, nothing loud, everything precise. He heads for the small annex chamber on the eastern side of the temple, and as you trail after him, you hear something new, a low rumble. Not from the sky, not thunder, a growl. He pauses too, mid-step, like a man who's very aware that he's not alone. The growl comes again, closer, wet and gurgling, and then a snort. It's unmistakable. You peer around the corner with him, and there, illuminated by starlight through a lattice, is one of the temple's most powerful residents, a crocodile. And not just any crocodile. This one is wearing gold, a collar of it, to be precise, decorated with blue beads, etched with symbols of Sobek, the crocodile-headed god of strength, fertility, and Nile power. The creature lounges in a shallow pool, its eyes barely open, and you suddenly realize it's not a pet, it's a priest. Well, sort of. In ancient Egypt, certain animals weren't just associated with gods. They were gods, in physical form, living avatars, divine incarnations, sacred squishy murder machines. This crocodile, named something like Son of Sobek, or He Who Blinks in Time with the Moon, has better lodging than most priests. He is bathed daily, fed lavishly, and not just any old goat scraps, but honeyed bread, fish, and the occasional roasted duck, possibly blessed. His pool is inlaid with polished stones, surrounded by reed mats, and guarded day and night. No one touches him without permission. No one dares question his temperament. If he sneezes, it's an omen. If he burps, it's a mystery to interpret. You get the picture. Our priest bows slightly. Not a deep bow, just a nod of respect. And waits. The crocodile doesn't stir. After a long, awkward second, the priest backs away. You follow him out of the annex and into the courtyard, and you can't help but whisper to yourself, a crocodile, wearing jewelry, in a temple, like it's a normal Tuesday. Because to them, it was. This wasn't the only sacred animal, by the way. There were baboons, ibises, rams, yes, you name it, each associated with a different god, each housed, fed, and venerated like royalty. Sometimes entire temples were built around them. When they died, full funeral, embalming, sarcophagus, mourning rituals. Priests wept. People offered coins. And if you happened to be the guy in charge of feeding that crocodile, and it died on your watch, well, that's a career pivot you don't want to make. Fringe. Tidbit. In the Fayum region, the cult of Sobek was so strong that dozens of mummified crocodiles have been found buried with actual amulets around their necks. Some even had names recorded on papyri. It was divine reverence, plus a little insurance policy. You never knew when Sobek might need a snack in the afterlife. But here's where it gets really weird. You'd think priests who worshipped these divine animals would feel totally at ease with them, right? Nope. Not always. Because despite all the prayers and offerings, these animals were still, well, animals. That crocodile? He's sacred, yes, but he's also 400 pounds of armor-plated jaw power who can crush a melon just by looking at it too hard. And sometimes, just sometimes, these divine pets got cranky. There are stories, whispers, really, about sacred animals attacking attendants, of priests losing fingers or toes, of entire rituals being abandoned because the god lunged at a scribe holding a tray of figs. Historians still debate whether these incidents were recorded as accidents, omens, or acts of divine judgment. But the outcome was the same. That priest slept a little less soundly that night. You glance back toward the annex. The crocodile has returned to stillness, eyes shut, floating like a scaly god raft in the moonlight. Somewhere behind the walls, a cat yowls. A real one, not the goddess Bastet. Probably. And our priest? He heads toward his quarters again. But his sleep won't come easy tonight. Not just because of the crocodile, because tomorrow he's assigned to the Holy of Holies. And that's a whole different kind of pressure. This inner chamber, the most sacred space in the entire temple complex, is only opened on specific days. And not everyone is allowed in. In fact, even among priests, only the elite few ever step foot past its threshold. Our priest is one of them, but it comes with a catch. There's a rule, unwritten but known by all. If something goes wrong inside the Holy of Holies, no one helps you. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Once you cross that line, you're in the God's presence, and whatever happens is between you and them. He knows this. He's known it since he was a boy, watching his uncle tremble after one such visit. The man never spoke of what he saw, never stepped foot inside again, lived quietly afterward, tending to scrolls and avoiding eye contact with statues. So tonight, as our priest lays down once more, he doesn't even bother pretending to sleep. He just stares at the ceiling, one eye open, always. Section 9. Priest or prisoner? Morning again, but it's not just any morning. There's a hum in the air, low, electric, like a storm waiting in the wings. The temple doesn't feel sleepy today. It feels alert, edges sharpened. Every priest you pass is a little quieter, a little more polished, a little more careful with the way they hung their linen robes. Because today is Access Day, the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctuary of the temple, the space where the God lives in fullest form, is being opened. And our priest is going in. He doesn't speak as he rises, doesn't eat, doesn't blink more than absolutely necessary. He bathes in cold water before the sun even crests the temple walls. Then again, 3 times, because once isn't enough when you're about to walk into the most sacred room in the known universe. Afterward, he shaves. You can see the tiny nicks on his chin from the rush of the razor. A bit of blood? A problem. Blood is considered unclean. If it seeps through his linen, he could be barred from entering. He prays, not just with words, but with posture, kneeling, breathing, holding his hands in exact, memorized shapes. One wrong movement, one skipped syllable, and, well, you don't want to test how forgiving gods are when you're inside their bedroom. Historians still argue what the Holy of Holies actually looked like. Most agree it was a small chamber, often windowless, tucked behind layer after layer of doors, curtains, and carved gateways. Some say it was pitch black. Others suggest a shaft of sunlight was engineered to pierce the gloom at a specific hour, illuminating the face of the god statue just long enough to give chills. Either way, it wasn't built for comfort. It was built to awe. You watch our priest walk barefoot across the temple court. The other priests pause as he passes. They don't speak. They don't meet his eye. It's not rudeness. It's protocol. Anyone entering the Holy of Holies becomes, for that day, a temporary bridge between heaven and earth, a walking conduit. No pressure. He approaches the final gateway. There are 3 guards here, not armed like soldiers, but assigned to stand, just to be. They're the watchers, the witnesses. If something goes wrong in there, they won't step in. They'll just listen. And later, maybe, they'll tell someone what they heard. Fringe tidbit? There were occasions, rare and mysterious, when priests entered the sanctuary and didn't come out for hours. Once, a whole day. When questioned later, some claimed to have lost time. Others refused to speak at all. One supposedly wandered into the desert a week later, convinced he was following a god who had left the temple. No one ever found him. Back to our priest. He takes a final breath. Not a deep one, just enough to steady the swirl in his stomach. The doors are opened, not by him, but by the attending high priest. That alone tells you how serious this moment is. No one touches these doors casually. And you, yes, you, get to follow. The chamber is small, silent. The air inside is unlike anywhere else. Stale, yet heavy, like it's pressing inward. There's no light, except for a single oil lamp flickering on a stone shelf, casting just enough glow to reveal the presence. The statue. It stands taller than you, even seated, gilded, inlaid with gems. Its eyes are outlined in deep black coal, and despite being carved from wood and metal, they seem alive, not just lifelike, watching. This is the god, or at least the god's earthly vessel. Our priest approaches slowly. He bows 3 times, places an offering, just one, a cluster of lotus petals and a folded scroll, not the usual buffet of breads and meats. This is different. This is symbolic, direct, personal. He begins to speak. You expect a chant a hymn, a recitation, but it's something else. It's a confession, soft, private, and unadorned. He admits his doubts, his fears. He asks for clarity, not blessings, not riches, just understanding. It's risky. There's no script for this. Historians still argue whether these private conversations were encouraged or forbidden. Some texts suggest priests were meant to be vessels, not individuals. Others imply that once inside the Holy of Holies, a priest could be himself, if only for a moment. There's a long pause. The oil lamp flutters. Nothing moves. And then, quietly, the priest places his forehead against the cool stone at the statue's base. He stays there for a count of 7. When he rises, his face is unreadable. Not joyful, not terrified, just changed. He exits without a word. And you realize something important. Sometimes the deepest experiences leave no visible trace. The temple receives him in silence. He walks straight past the others, toward the back quarters. No one stops him. No one asks what he saw, because they already know the answer. Something. Whether that something was divine or psychological, they don't need to decide. The important thing is that the ritual was done, the connection maintained. The world, for now, remains balanced. Later, someone will ask him to record the day's events on a scroll. He'll write only 2 words. All well, because sometimes that's all you're allowed to say. Section 10. Dreams with deadlines. Later that evening, after the doors to the Holy of Holies are bolted, and the courtyard has returned to its usual gentle hum of sandals and birdsong, our priest finds a quiet corner near the library chambers. He's not there to read. Not really. He's there to sleep. But not just for rest. Tonight, he's on dream duty. Yes, that was a real thing. In some temples, especially the larger complexes, like Karnak or Abydos, certain priests were trained to interpret dreams. But not in the modern, what do teeth falling out mean way. This was a sacred office, a conduit for divine messages. Dreams weren't seen as your brain sweeping up crumbs of the day. They were portals, meetings, summons. And our priest, he's one of the chosen. He lays down on a low reed mat in a side chamber, specially designated for this practice. There's a small brazier burning a mix of herbs: blue lotus, frankincense, and a bit of myrrh. The scent is soothing, almost sleepy, but with an edge. Like something's sharpening in your mind, even as your body relaxes. The room is dark, lit only by the glowing herbs and the shimmer of stars peeking through a slit in the ceiling. You lie beside him again in your imagination, the floor cool beneath you, and try to imagine the feeling of expectation. Because when a priest sleeps on dream duty, he's not supposed to just sleep. He's supposed to meet a god. No pressure, right? He lies still, not curled up, not flopped over, just flat, palms open, as if waiting to receive something. His breathing slows. The herbs fill the air, and soon he drifts. This practice was called incubation, not in the chicken sense, but in the mystical one. The Greeks later picked it up, calling it enkoimesis and used it in their own temples. But the Egyptians were doing it centuries earlier. The idea was simple. Sleep in a sacred space, often after a period of fasting or ritual cleansing, and allow the god to visit you in a dream. The message might come through symbols, words, or just a feeling. When you woke, you had to write it down immediately. No forgetting aloud. No saying, well, there was a hippo and some stairs, and maybe Uncle Menhotep was there. No. Precision mattered. Because the gods? They didn't like being misquoted. Fringe fact? Some temples actually kept dream scrolls, records of what priests saw during these sleep sessions. Some are poetic and vague. Others are oddly specific. One dream record describes a priest being told by the god Thoth to stop chewing so loudly. Another involved a goose delivering a prophecy about barley prices. Make of that what you will. Our priest stirs in his sleep. His brow twitches, a finger curls. You lean in. What's he seeing? A river, a temple hallway, a golden bird. You're not sure if you're witnessing it or just imagining alongside him. But the air in the chamber thickens. Something's here. Then his eyes open, wide, alert. He sits up, silent, not startled, not afraid, just awake. He doesn't speak, doesn't blink for a full minute. Then he stands and walks to the small tablet near the wall, grabs the stylus, begins writing. What he writes, you can't see, not fully, but you catch glimpses. A name, a symbol, a phrase. Do not open the jar. Great. Totally not ominous at all. He seals the tablet in a clay box, marks it with a symbol only dream priests use, and places it in a recess in the wall with a dozen others. Just another whispered message from the divine, filed and cataloged like paperwork. Here's the odd part. No one will read it. Not unless they have to. These dreams are kept in reserve, consulted only when needed, when the Nile floods early, when a solar eclipse catches everyone off guard, when someone sneezes during a hymn and a goose falls over. Dreams are data, divine backup files. Historians still argue whether these dream records were mostly political theater or genuine attempts to interpret the divine. Some say temple elites used dreams to justify decisions. Others believe these men truly saw things, visions, metaphors, cosmic nudges. Who knows? Maybe all of the above. Our priest, for his part, doesn't question it. He wraps his robe tighter, splashes cool water on his face, and walks outside into the night air. The stars above are impossibly bright. The constellations different from ours. Names like the boat, the hippo, the crocodile's jaw. He looks up, reading them not just for navigation, but for messages. Because even the sky talks here. You walk with him toward the temple's rear court, where the scribe priest is already scribbling by candlelight. He'll want the dream detail, not the interpretation, just the images. The rest is up to higher ranks. But before the priest shares it, he hesitates. One last moment, one breath, and then there was a bird. It spoke a name I did not know. The scribe looks up sharply. Was the bird wounded? a nod. They exchange a glance, deep and unreadable. Something is known, something unspoken. The scribe writes without another word. And just like that, the dream passes into temple memory, into history. It may not matter today, but it might someday. That's the thing with dreams in this place. You never know which one will change everything. Section 11. Sleepless in Thebes. You don't expect the fear. Not here. Not in the land of order, of Ma'at, the concept that governed all balance and beauty and justice in ancient Egypt. But as the sun sinks below the horizon again, and the priests begin extinguishing the courtyard flames, one by one, you feel it. Not dread, exactly. Not panic. Just alertness. A kind of serent, vibrating tension that hums behind the temple's ancient walls. Because the temple may sleep, the gods may rest. But the night is not friendly. Our priest steps carefully down the side corridor, one hand trailing along the stone wall, fingers brushing carvings of falcon wings and sun discs. He's not lost. He knows every twist and turn of this place. Still, he moves like someone who doesn't want to be seen. And why would he? He's on the midnight perimeter check, a duty everyone tries to avoid. It's exactly what it sounds like. A slow walk around the outermost boundaries of the temple complex, where the sacred world begins to blur with the profane, where dust creeps in, where the village whispers grow louder than the chants, where shadows gather in thicker pools. He passes a small shrine, long abandoned, built for a lesser-known goddess whose name is barely remembered. No offerings have been placed there in weeks, maybe months. A single dead flower lies curled at the foot of the statue, which is missing one eye. He keeps walking. The outer temple wall is tall, but not invincible. There are cracks, openings, spaces where someone or something might enter. Fringe fact? There were actual legal cases recorded in papyri involving temple break-ins. Sometimes it was just thieves after gold or bread. Other times, people looking for knowledge, forbidden texts, sacred names. The kind of information that could make a person powerful or cursed. That's why the outer rounds are so important, and why priests like ours keep one hand near their sash, where an amulet hangs from a leather loop, a protective glyph etched into a sliver of obsidian. It's not just decoration. Tonight, there's a low mist curling along the ground, the kind that makes things feel closer than they are. Sounds are muffled. A lizard darts across the path, its claws scraping over stone, and the priest freezes. Not because of the lizard, but because of the silence that follows. It's too still. He listens, then moves again, carefully, toward the north gate. And that's when he sees it. A shadow, small, fast, gone before the eye can confirm it, but real. You felt it too, didn't you? He doesn't call out. That's not the way here. He keeps walking, slower now. The path curves around the edge of the sacred lake where priests bathe each morning. The water is silver in the starlight. Still. Flat. Too flat. Then, a splash. He stops. Not big, not loud, but not normal. He kneels by the edge, watching, waiting. And there, barely visible beneath the water's surface, is the glint of eyes. Not human, not crocodile, something else. They blink once, then vanish. He doesn't run, doesn't even speak, just stands, walks back slowly. Because in temple training, they teach you, if you see something unexplainable, finish your round, report it in the morning, and do not chase it. Historians still debate what the priests really feared in the night. Some claim it was just wild animals, hyenas, snakes, maybe jackals. Others point to demonic spirits from ancient texts, beings that fed on chaos and slipped through weak temple boundaries. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. Priests never slept soundly after a sighting. He makes it back to the side courtyard, lights a fresh brazier. The smoke curls upward. He inhales deeply, not for comfort, but for cleansing. Smoke clears space, clears thoughts. Then he walks to the records chamber, a narrow room filled with scrolls, ink pots, and flat cedar boards. Here, everything is recorded. Not just rituals, not just dream fragments, but incidents. He takes a small scrap of papyrus and writes 6 words. Eyes in water. No contact made. Signs it, folds it, places it in the incident niche. Yes, that's a real thing. A kind of divine suggestion box, but for unexplained weirdness. Most entries are mundane. Offering dropped, sandal stolen, sacred cat missing again. But some are stranger. And those are the ones that keep priests up at night. He finally returns to his quarters. Not a proper room, just a niche carved behind the antechamber wall, barely big enough to stretch his legs. He doesn't undress, just sits, leans back, lets his head rest against the cool stone. His eyes close, but only for a moment, because a whisper catches on the wind. Soft, low, almost human. He opens his eyes again, looks toward the direction of the voice. Nothing, just moonlight and dust motes. But still, he stays sitting up. Because priesthood in Egypt wasn't just about prayers and scrolls. It was about watching, always. Section 12. The chamber. You weren't allowed in. The next morning, you expect a hush. After all, the night left something behind, something unspoken. And in most places, people might start whispering, eyeing corners, avoiding certain corridors. But here, the temple is busier, like it's trying to outrun whatever stirred the water. Our priest is up before dawn again, of course, kneeling at the sacred lake, his hands cupped to his face, eyes closed, lips moving. He's not reciting the usual morning hymn. This is quieter, older, a personal prayer, not in the scrolls, just between him and the God. And that's when he's summoned. A junior priest, barely old enough to carry the incense without spilling it, rushes up and bows low. The chamber, he whispers, the innermost one. It's open. Our priest doesn't move. He just blinks once, slowly. That's not normal. The sanctuary doors, they don't just open, especially not the Holy of Holies, especially not when no one's supposed to be in there today. You follow him as he walks swiftly through the central courtyard. The temple is waking up, birds fluttering from stone to stone, the low murmurs of morning chants, the hiss of oil lamps being lit. And beneath it all, a tension, like everyone felt the shift, but no one dares say it. The high priest is already there, face pale, jaw tight. 3 guards at the doorway, none of them willing to even glance inside. The door isn't wide open, just cracked, barely, but wide enough to see the curtain inside, blown slightly back, like something moved through it. The chamber had been sealed, carefully, officially, with words. No one should have entered. No one could have. The high priest gives the order. Only our priest is to go in. Alone. Of course. Because that's how this works. He steps through the doors, your breath catching with his. Inside is still, unchanged. At first, the god statue sits, just as it always has, draped, adorned, gilded eyes staring into eternity. But something is off. A flower, a single lotus blossom, fresh, still damp with dew, rests at the base of the statue. No one placed it there, not officially, not on record. You can feel his pulse quicken, yours too. He steps forward, bending to inspect it, not touching, never touching, but close enough to see the statue has been bitten, gnawed, like an animal had it in its mouth. He doesn't speak, doesn't write anything. He just backs away and seals the door again. Historians still argue about the nature of the Holy of Holies. Was it purely symbolic? A sanctified space for ritual repetition? Or did something else happen there? Priests left no clear answers, and that silence is loud. You follow our priest back through the temple, down an unfamiliar hallway, one that doesn't see much traffic. The air grows cooler, damper, the stones underfoot slick with age. This is the route to a room most people weren't even supposed to know existed. The hidden chamber. No official name, no inscription. But every temple had one. Sometimes it was behind the shrine, sometimes beneath it. Always small, always sealed. Only the dream priests, the record keepers, and the very highest ranks knew of it. And our priest? He has access. He opens the heavy stone door, using a key not shaped like a key at all, more like a carved wand. He touches it to a series of notches in the stone, each one matching a hidden symbol. The door creaks open. Inside, scrolls. Dozens, maybe hundreds. No shelves, just stone niches, each filled with these bundles of papyrus wrapped in linen. Some labeled, some not. The air is thick with the smell of ink and time. Dust clings to your skin, like memory. He walks to a niche in the back, kneels, and places a new scroll inside. Not written in ink. Not yet. Just a blank one. For what's coming. Because that's how these priests think. They don't just react to mystery. They prepare for the next one. As he turns to leave, his eyes catch on something. A scroll unwrapped, half tucked in its slot. It's older than the others, frayed at the edges, script faded. He He lifts it carefully, like cradling a snake. The words inside are fragmented, but one line is clear. The god leaves when the watchers sleep. He stares at it for a long time, then rewinds it, places it back, locks the chamber again. And now you understand why priests never really rested. Not just because of the rituals, but because of the possibility, the ever-present sense that something was watching them just as intently as they watched the gods. He returns to the main court, takes his place in the line of morning reciters. Chants begin again, soft, measured. But his voice, for the first time in days, cracks ever so slightly, just once, barely audible. But enough, because now he knows something's changed. Section 13. When the incense choked. It's afternoon now, and the temple air is thick, heavy with heat, dust, and a low hum of anxiety that no one dares name aloud. But rituals don't pause for nerves, and our priest has one more duty today: the preparation of incense. You might be thinking, really? Incense? How dramatic can that be? But oh, friend, you have no idea. In ancient Egypt, incense wasn't just ambiance. It was sacred chemistry, a fragrant offering, a symbolic bridge between earth and divine. And the recipes? Secret, guarded, and incredibly fussy. Each temple had its own proprietary blend. The ingredients were weighed, mixed, stored, and burned with the same gravity you'd apply to, say, handling a nuclear launch code. And the most important one? Kifi. A thick, resinous blend of some 15 ingredients, cooked into a blackish paste and rolled into little cones or balls. Sweet, smoky, and mysterious. Even the name sounds like something you're not qualified to pronounce unless you've taken a sacred oath. Our priest enters the incense chamber, a cool room lined with clay jars sealed with beeswax. He's not alone. 2 junior priests are here already. One grinding cinnamon bark, the other weighing raisins on a carved alabaster scale. Yes, raisins. Kai-Fi recipes included everything from myrrh and frankincense to wine-soaked dates, juniper berries, and, because why not, ground-up acacia thorns. Historians still argue about the exact formula. Several versions survive in Greek and Egyptian sources, but they differ in ingredients and proportions. Some believe the recipes varied deliberately by region. Others think every temple had its own microbrew-style incense war going on. Oh, you use juniper? We use pine from Nubia. It's like way more divine. Anyway, our priest inspects the blend. It smells like burnt sugar, sap, and something floral but earthy, like the inside of a perfume bottle that spent the last 1,000 years buried in sand. The texture? Sticky. Not too wet, not too dry. Goldilocks incense. He nods. It's ready. One of the juniors rolls the mixture into small balls, places them on a copper tray, and hands it over. The ritual has begun. And here's where it gets tricky. See, burning incense isn't just light and waft. The act is choreographed, timed, linked to specific lines in a hymn. The smoke must rise at the right moment, in the right direction, and ideally not choke the high priest mid-blessing, which has happened once on a festival day. We don't talk about it. Our priest enters the hall of offerings, where a small altar waits beside a lesser shrine. This isn't the main deity, just one of the divine entourage. Think of them as cosmic support staff. He places the tray on a stand, lights the first cone, and chants. The scent hits almost immediately. It's rich, spiced, strange, and somehow ancient. It curls upward like a living thing, slow, swirling, seeking. The priests used to say that incense carried prayers, that the smoke was the voice, that the gods smelled you before they heard you. It's poetic, sure, but also kind of unnerving. Because what happens if the smell's wrong? And sometimes it is. The second cone is lit, but something's off. The smoke doesn't rise. It droops, thickens, begins to curl sideways instead of up. The priest blinks. The junior priest frowns. "We used the same mixture," he says quickly. "Same batch." Our priest sniffs. His nose wrinkles. It's not terrible, just not right, not holy. That's a problem. The room starts to feel smaller, the air thicker. The hymn falters slightly. And somewhere behind them, a door creaks open on its own. No one turns, because turning would acknowledge it happened. Instead, our priest raises his voice, clears the air, finishes the chant, then calmly snuffs the last cone. After a moment, he lifts the tray, walks back to the incense chamber, and sets it down. "Check the honey wine," he says flatly. "It might have gone sour." The juniors nod, say nothing, move quickly. Because in a temple, when incense goes bad, that's a warning, not a crisis. Not yet, but a note from the gods, a tiny divine sticky note. Hey, something's off. Fix it. Fringe detail. One temple scroll outlines a protocol for choked smoke, suggesting priests were to fast for a day, repeat the ritual with new ingredients, and burn a separate cleansing cone made from 7 sacred herbs. It reads like a magical reset button, which is probably what they needed. Our priest doesn't fast today. Not yet. But he doesn't eat lunch either. Instead, he walks the long outer hall to the wall of ancestral names, a carved stretch of limestone etched with the identities of every priest who ever served here, hundreds, maybe thousands. He finds a name, one barely visible from age. He places his hand on it, whispers. You don't hear the words, but you understand the tone. Not grief, not panic, just a request for help, for wisdom, for anything. He stays there a long time, long enough for the sun to shift, for the hall to cool, for the scent of failed incense to finally fade from his robes. Then he turns and gets ready for the next offering round, because gods don't care how tired you are, and burnt smoke or not, the ritual continues, always. Section 14, Napping with the Mummies. You follow him now, away from the scent of incense and the lingering tension in the offering hall, down a stairwell so narrow you have to duck your head. The air changes here, drier, cooler, heavier somehow. Every step creaks with age. Dust curls at your feet like forgotten prayers. You're going beneath the temple. Yes, there's a beneath. The subterranean levels aren't on the temple maps. They aren't shown to visiting dignitaries or curious apprentices. Only a handful of priests have keys to this passage, and even fewer ever want to use them. But someone has to guard the dead. Our priest descends, holding a single oil lamp before him. The flame bobs in time with his steps. The walls here are bare. No carvings, just smooth, cold stone. This isn't a space for beauty. It's a space for memory. And sometimes, for things best forgotten. Down here, the temple's sacred items are stored when not in use. Scrolls too fragile for light. Offerings that can't be burned. Ritual objects awaiting cleansing. And also, mummies. Yes, mummies. But not the kind buried in elaborate tombs far out in the desert. These aren't pharaohs or noblemen wrapped in gold and prayers. These are the bodies of priests, men who once served the same gods, walked the same halls, spoke the same spells. Now they rest in alcoves, carved into the stone, wrapped in linen, so aged it's the color of candle ash. Each one placed with reverence, sealed with awe, and guarded eternally by other priests on rotation. And tonight, it's our priest's turn. Fringe fact? Not all temple complexes practiced priestly mummification, but in the larger ones, it was an honor to be buried beneath the god you served. The belief was that proximity brought favor. If not in this life, then in the next. You and the priest step into the chamber. It's oddly peaceful. The only sounds are the soft drip of condensation somewhere, and the faint rustle of fabric. You hope it's your imagination. There are 13 resting forms here, laid on stone benches, each marked with a small tablet bearing their name, their years of service, and, oddly, the number of hymns memorized. A peculiar kind of resume for the afterlife. Our priest bows at the threshold, then walks between the stone beds, checking each offering bowl at the base. These bowls are refilled weekly, sometimes with flowers, sometimes bread, sometimes just a few drops of wine. Symbolic, yes, but also insurance. Because here's the thing. Sometimes the dead talk back, not in loud, moaning, ghosty ways. That's for scary stories and badly lit reenactments, but in her quieter moments. A breeze where there shouldn't be one. A change in scent. A sudden word whispered from a throat not yours. It's why priests never come down here alone, without ritual protection. And our priest? He never skips the spell. He kneels in the center of the chamber, draws a small circle of chalk on the ground, lights 3 drops of oil in a triangle around him, closes his eyes, and chants. Low, steady. Not words of power, exactly, but of permission. Because even the dead have boundaries. Afterward, he walks slowly between the resting forms. He doesn't touch them, just looks, checks for anything disturbed. And that's when he notices it. One of the mummies has shifted, slightly. Not in a horror movie sit-up sort of way, but the left arm, once folded over the chest, is now just slightly askew. The linen is unwrinkled, undamaged, as if it was placed there like that. He freezes, checks the tablet. It's an old priest, one who died during a temple fire decades ago. His scrolls are still kept in the restricted archives. Some say he predicted the blaze. Others say he caused it. The priest leans in. On the chest of the mummy, tucked between two folds of cloth, is a small piece of papyrus, not originally part of the burial. He removes it carefully, unrolls it. It's blank. No ink. No symbols. Just clean, yellowed papyrus. He holds it to the lamp. Still nothing. Then he turns it over. And there, scratched faintly into the corner, is a symbol. Just one. An open eye. You feel your breath catch. He doesn't panic, just folds the scrap again, places it in his robe, and finishes his rounds. Because what else can he do? Call for help? There is none. Report it? That would start questions he doesn't want to answer. No. He does what priests do best. He notes it and moves on. As he climbs the steps out of the undertemple, the air warms again. Light filters back into the world. The weight lifts slightly, but only slightly. He returns the lamp to its stand, washes his hands in rose water, repeats a blessing, then walks out into the courtyard like nothing happened. And as he passes another priest, the man pauses, frowns. "You look tired," he says. Our priest smiles faintly and replies, "Didn't sleep." And in this temple, that's not a complaint. It's a survival strategy. Section 15. Pharaohs who eavesdrop. By late afternoon, the heat is back with a vengeance. The kind that doesn't just warm your skin, it settles in your bones and bakes your thoughts like a half-finished scroll left in the sun too long. The courtyard stones glow pale gold, and the temple cats have all melted into long, indifferent puddles of fur. But inside the sanctuary walls, there's a hum of motion. Because today, of all days, the pharaoh is listening, not visiting, not in person, just listening. And somehow, that's worse. You see, the inner sanctums of major temples, like this one, weren't just places for worship. They were broadcast centers, spiritual echo chambers, not metaphorically, literally. Every footstep in these corridors, amplified. Every chant in the sanctuary, bounced back and forth in perfect rhythm. And every whispered opinion about your supervisor's questionable chant tempo? Yeah, that too. Our priest knows this, which is why he speaks as little as possible. He's been called to serve during the royal observance ritual, one of the more stressful events on the calendar. It's when high-ranking officials, and sometimes the pharaoh himself, tune in through hidden chambers, echo ports, and yes, even acoustic tunnels, to evaluate how well the gods are being honored. Fringe fact? Some temples were built with intentional sound channels, secret stone flues that carried voice and vibration across rooms, courtyards, even buildings. The effect was eerie. You could whisper at one end and hear it clearly hundreds of feet away. And yes, it made gossip very complicated. Today, our priest is reciting a segment from the Litany of Ra. It's long. It's intense. It includes several words that are easy to mangle if your mouth is dry or you're even a little bit sleepy. Which, let's be real, he absolutely is. He steps into the echo chamber. It's a side hall off the main sanctuary, ringed with polished columns and sealed tight. Not for privacy, for sound. Even the floor has a curve to it, designed to reflect voice upward. Speak here, and you can hear your words bouncing back at you like an opinionated ghost. The scribe at the threshold nods, raises a hand. Begin. The priest inhales, speaks the first line. It rings out, rich, deep, round. Good. He keeps going, voice steady, rhythm practiced. He's done this dozens of times, but today his palms are sweating. Not from nerves, from knowledge. He knows someone is listening. Not just Ra. Not just the god statue that looms just outside the hall, but someone in the walls, because the pharaoh has ears everywhere. You see, temples didn't just serve the gods. They were also extensions of the royal body. The pharaoh was a living deity, a bridge. And just like the gods, he expected perfection. If the chant falters, if the incense lags, if a single syllable is spoken too soon, it reflects on him, and he does not enjoy being misrepresented. The priest reaches the 42nd line. This one is a tongue twister about divine boats, solar oars, and something about cosmic fish. He slows down slightly, enunciates carefully. One word slips, just a little. A flutter instead of a full consonant. He freezes. The chamber freezes with him. He finishes the line, hears his own voice boomerang off the walls, carrying the stumble like a whisper through time. He bows, leaves the hall. No one says anything, but the scribe glances at him as he passes, just once. Later, in the records chamber, the priest finds his name on the list of participants. A small red dot has been marked beside it. It's not a punishment. It's not even official. Just a reminder that someone heard and is still deciding what to do about it. Historians still argue whether pharaohs really monitored temple rituals this closely. Some say it was just symbolic oversight, about presence, not precision. Others argue that the royal court had entire divisions devoted to tracking temple behavior. Scribes, spies, informants. The priests might have served the gods, but the pharaoh owned the temple. You can see how it gets messy. Later that evening, as the priest lights the evening brazier, the high priest passes him a folded scrap of papyrus. He opens it. Just a glyph. 2 ears. No name, no context. But the message is loud and clear. We heard you. He bows his head slightly. Not in shame, in understanding, because temple life is like that. A constant negotiation between perfection and pressure, between divine service and human scrutiny. You don't just worship in this place. You perform. And someone is always watching, always listening, even if they're nowhere in sight, even if they haven't spoken in years, even if they're dead. The priest tucks the scrap into his sash, lights the next brazier, and chants a little louder than before, just in case someone, somewhere, is taking notes. Section 16. Makeup or war paint? Evening slips over the temple like a veil, soft, smoky, heavy with incense and the slow settling of heat-baked stone. The rituals are winding down for the day. The final hymns echo faintly through the columns. The sacred animals are being fed, and most of the junior priests are retreating to their cells, exhausted and smelling faintly of natron and goat. But our priest, he's headed to the cosmetics room, and no, not because he's getting ready for a hot date under the stars. He's going to apply makeup, specifically thick black kohl eyeliner, and not a little swipe here and there for a dramatic flair. We're talking generous, smoky swoops under the eyes, stretching out into long, winged tails, enough to make modern beauty influencers swoon. Now, here's where things get wonderfully weird. You might think this is just a fashion statement. After all, we've all seen those classic Egyptian murals: sharp cheekbones, bold eyes, regal gazes. But for the priests, eyeliner wasn't vanity. It was armor. You see, the black kohl they used wasn't just made of ash and aesthetics. It was a mix of galena and lead sulfide, ground into a fine powder, and then mixed with oil or animal fat to create a paste. Sounds terrible for your skin, right? Wrong. Because it turns out ancient Egyptian kohl had antibacterial properties. Modern studies have actually found that it helped protect against eye infections caused by dust, flies, or temple cats with boundary issues. But more importantly, it was thought to ward off evil. The dark pigment was seen as a spiritual barrier, deflecting the glare of malevolent forces, blunting the evil eye, and confusing spirits that might sneak into your soul through your pupils. Yes, really. That's why our priest sits now, carefully dipping a bronze stick into a small stone jar, then tracing the pigment beneath his eye. He doesn't blink. He doesn't flinch. He prays as he paints. This isn't decoration. This is a defense. There's even a special spell for it. It goes something like, "May my eyes be protected from the chaos of darkness, and may the light of the god reflect from me into the shadows." Dramatic? A little, but also strangely comforting, because when you serve a god that never sleeps, you start to value anything that helps you hold the line between seen and unseen. As he finishes, you catch your reflection in an imaginary mirror beside him. For a moment, you wonder, what if you needed to wear spiritual eyeliner just to get through the day? What if every email, every awkward elevator ride, every run-in with your passive-aggressive coworker required divine armor on your face? Suddenly, it doesn't sound so silly. Fringe fact: both men and women in ancient Egypt wore makeup, regardless of class. But only priests applied it ritually. That's why they used specific mirrors, usually polished copper or silver, and recited protective verses as they worked. If you smudged your kohl mid-ritual, you stopped, washed, and started over. No touch-ups allowed. Once he's finished, the priest places the jar back in its niche and washes the applicator in rose water. Carefully, lovingly. Because this tool, it's personal, it's sacred, and you don't share your kohl stick. Ever. Then he steps back out into the corridor, where the shadows have deepened into long, ink-stained slashes between pillars. He blinks once, twice, and the kohl catches the last of the sunlight, reflecting it just so. Ready, prepared, but not for bed. No, now comes the night watch blessing, the last round of protective chants spoken aloud at key spots in the temple, usually just symbolic. Usually. But not tonight. because something's changed. As he walks toward the southern gate, one of the quieter, less used ones, he hears it. A sound. Not loud. Just wrong. Like fabric sliding over stone. Like someone brushing past a wall. Not enough to startle, but enough to slow him down. He pauses. Turns. Nothing there. But he mutters the blessing again. Just in case. Because here's the thing about working in a place this old, this sacred, this heavy, with power. You don't ask questions when things feel off. You chant, you reapply your eyeliner if you must, and you keep walking. He returns to his chamber just before full darkness. The moonlight spills across his mat, and for a brief moment, everything is still. He sits, breathes, washes his hands. But he doesn't remove the coal. Not tonight. He lies down, eyes half-lidded, the line of black still perfect across his lashes. A priest doesn't go to bed barefaced. Not when the gods are awake. Not when shadows still move in the corners of rooms. And especially not when something has started watching back. Section 17. The scroll that got you fired. There's a scratching sound. Not loud. Not frantic. Just steady. Like the soft rasp of a reed against papyrus. Like someone writing. But the chamber is dark. And our priest is alone. At least he was. He sits upright, the linen mat still warm beneath him, the coal around his eyes smudged just slightly from sleep that wasn't quite restful. The sound continues. Not close, not far, just present. He rises without a word, reaches for the small oil lamp, and lights it with a practiced flick. The chamber glows faintly, empty, still. But the scratching continues. It's coming from the scribe room. Of course it is. You follow him through the corridor, past flickering torches and cold statues, each footstep soft, calculated. Every inch of this path has been walked 1,000 times, but never with this kind of tension. The scribe room is one of the oldest parts of the temple, tucked behind the eastern wing, its walls bowed with age, its shelves stacked with scrolls that crackle when touched. The scent of ink never quite fades here, or dust, or something older. The priest steps in, stops. There's no one in the room, just the scratching sound and a single open scroll. It lies unfurled on the floor. A reed pen sits beside it, dripping with ink. But there's no ink pot nearby, and no scribe. He kneels slowly, picks up the pen, still warm in his fingers. The scroll? It's blank, except for one word, written in a hand that is neither his nor anyone's. He recognizes. Just one word. Watch. He stares at it, then closes the scroll with great care, wraps it, places it high on the shelf, top row, section reserved for errors. Because sometimes, when a scroll contains something wrong, something not meant to be, the safest thing to do is label it a mistake and walk away. Fringe fact: there are actual temple records of tainted scrolls, writings that appeared to copy themselves, or texts that caused illness in scribes. One temple even designated a burning pit, where cursed papyri were destroyed under moonlight, accompanied by 7 days of fasting. But our priest, he's not burning anything. Not yet. He returns to the main archive chamber, a small annex with clay tablets, ledgers, and daily logs. He opens a fresh sheet. Date, time, entry. He writes, "Unscheduled writing, sound detected. Source not visible. Ink fresh. Scroll closed. No contact made." He signs it, then adds, "Will observe." Because that's what you do here. You don't assume, you don't dramatize, you just record. Then you wait. And now, just when he's thinking he might finally return to bed, a voice calls out behind him, "Brother." It's the high scribe, dressed in full linen, head shaved to gleaming smoothness, his fingers stained from years of inkwork. His presence is unsettling, not because of anything he does, but because he always appears when something strange happens, like a spiritual janitor who only shows up when a mess starts thinking for itself. "I heard," he says quietly. Our priest nods. The scribe approaches the blank scroll, lifts it, sniffs it. Yes, sniffs it. "That's not temple ink," he mutters. "Too fresh, too sharp." The priest frowns. "Then what?" The scribe gives him a long look, the kind that goes past your skin and into the part of you that had doubts last Tuesday. "Do you remember the scroll that got you fired?" he says. Our priest goes still. Because, oh yes, he remembers. A story whispered through the temple ranks about a priest who copied a single line wrong in a ritual chant, one glyph out of place, a minor mistake. But the results? The god statue cracked. A sacred flame went out. The priest was gone the next day. Some say exiled. Others say worse. And all because he wrote the wrong name. Not just wrong. A forbidden one. A name that should not be read aloud. Our priest nods slowly. "I remember." The scribe closes the scroll gently, burns a pinch of natron over it, then whispers, "Keep your pen clean, and your eyes open," and disappears into the corridor. Our priest doesn't sleep that night. He doesn't even lie down. He sits by his writing mat, coal still faintly smeared beneath his eyes, hands resting on his knees, lamp burning low. Because now, even his scrolls might turn against him. Section 18. You can't yawn in a ritual. The next day begins with aching slowness. You expect the usual bustle, priests bathing in the sacred lake, junior acolytes hauling baskets of lotus flowers, a dozen people arguing over whose turn it is to clean the offering trays. But this morning, it's quiet, unnaturally so. Even the temple cats are subdued. And that's when it hits you. Today is the long chant, the one ritual no priest can escape, avoid, or fake their way through. 2 hours, standing, no breaks, no yawns. And the worst part? You can't mess up a single line. Our priest stands in the outer sanctum, barefoot on cool stone, adjusting his linen robe with the kind of precision you'd expect from someone folding parchment in front of a volcano. Across from him, 12 other priests gather, arranged by rank, robe color, and possibly how well they avoided garlic last week. In the center stands the lead reciter, an older priest with a voice like gravel, stirred through honey, and a stare that could turn goats into stone. He raises one hand, and they begin. The chant is one of the oldest known. A hymn to Ra-Atum, god of the setting sun, the hidden light, the breath behind the stars. It weaves through cosmology, myth, and divine flattery so elaborate it'd make even your most clingy ex feel awkward. And it must be said in perfect unison. Now, 2 hours of coordinated chanting might sound tedious. And it is. But it's also a mental tightrope walk. Because every priest has to stay precisely in step, not just with the words, but with the tone, breath, and rhythm. Like a spiritual marching band with no sheet music, and a conductor who might literally call down lightning if you squeak on the third syllable. Our priest is doing fine until his mind starts to wander. Because how could it not? He's been up for days, haunted by strange scratches, shadowy scrolls, and an unusually judgmental crocodile. His knees ache. His sandals are half a size too small. And someone 2 spots over keeps breathing louder than a person should. So of course, his thoughts drift to the papyrus, the word watch, to the movement in the mummy chamber, to the flower in the sanctuary, to the scroll that wasn't his. And that's when it happens. He yawns, silently, just a flicker of breath, barely visible, lips tight, no sound. But in this chamber, that's enough. The lead reciter's eyes flick toward him, like a hawk catching a mouse, thinking about twitching. The chant doesn't stop. But a mark has been made. Now here's where it gets interesting. You'd think a yawn would be forgivable, understandable. But in this temple, yawning during the long chant is not just rude, it's dangerous. Why? Because the ancient Egyptians believed that breath carried power. To speak was to create. To chant was to build reality. And to exhale wrongly, that was to disturb the cosmic balance. In fact, there were spells designed specifically to bind breath, to ensure it flowed only when it was supposed to. One temple scroll even warns, "Let not your mouth wander when the name is spoken, lest the name wander from you." That's right. Misbreathing could cause the name of the god to abandon you. Not ideal. Our priest tightens his jaw, refocuses, finds his rhythm again. But the damage is done. When the chant ends, precisely 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds later, the room exhales in silence. No one claps. This isn't a performance. This is survival. They bow, step back, begin dispersing. Our priest turns to leave when a hand lands on his shoulder. It's the lead reciter. He leans in and whispers, not unkindly, not angrily, just gravely. "You almost spoke without the breath of Mayat. Next time, cover your mouth." Then he's gone, and you're left blinking, wondering how a yawn just became a theological offense. Fringe detail? Some scholars believe priests were trained to control their breath so precisely they could hold a tone for over a minute. Others say certain chants were done while not breathing at all, spoken in mental rhythm, lip-syncing the words to avoid error. Imagine spiritual ventriloquism with stakes, Back in his chamber, our priest kneels beside the small copper mirror used during morning cleansing. He looks at himself, tired, a bit pale. The kohl around his eyes has faded. He reaches for the pot, reapplies it slowly. He doesn't speak, but you can hear the words in his mind. Let the breath stay true. Let the voice stay pure. Let the silence keep its place. And for the first time in days, he does something unexpected. He laughs, quietly, briefly. Because in a world where a misplaced yawn can unravel the universe, sometimes you just have to laugh. Or cry, but definitely not sneeze. Not in the sanctuary. Not again. Section 19. When a god refused breakfast. It's nearing dusk again, the time of day when the light turns thick and golden, when the shadows stretch longer than the pillars casting them, and when the temple seems to exhale after a day of unrelenting pressure. But tonight, something's off. You feel it before the priest does. That tension in the air, like the temple itself is holding its breath. He's just stepped out of the purification chamber, still dripping from his third bath of the day. His robe is clean. His kohl is sharp. His feet are bare against the sun-warmed stone. He's calm, focused, because tonight, he's on evening offering duty. You've seen this before. Lay out the food, light the incense, say the prayers, back away slowly. It's practically routine. Except this time, the god doesn't eat, not even symbolically. Let's back up. Each evening, just before sunset, a priest presents offerings to the statue of the temple's primary deity. These offerings aren't consumed in the literal sense, of course, but rather accepted through scent, through spirit, through ritual. But there are signs. Signs the god is pleased. A stillness in the room. A stirring breeze in a place where wind shouldn't be. The sudden lift of incense smoke. A feeling. And tonight, none of it. Our priest lays down the bread, the beer, the roasted goose, which, by the way, was still honking an hour ago. He lights the incense, chants the opening lines, bows, waits. Nothing. The air is flat. The smoke? It hangs low, drooping like wet laundry. He continues, adds a fig cluster, a honey cake, recites another passage. Still nothing. And now he feels it too. Not anger, not presence, absence. He glances up at the statue. It's still beautiful. Gold leaf shimmering in the lamplight. Lapis inlays in the eyes. Linen robes freshly arranged. But something is hollow. It's like looking at a painting that used to feel alive, but now just looks like paint. He finishes the ritual anyway, because that's the rule. You don't stop just because something's weird. But as he backs out of the sanctuary, he mutters the final phrase with a little more breath than usual. Just enough to make sure the right ears hear it. Back in the offering chamber, he finds the scribe. I don't think he ate, the priest says, keeping his voice low. The scribe pauses mid-scroll, sighs, opens a clay jar, and pulls out a slim, dusty tablet. Write it, he says. The priest does. Evening meal refused. No indication of presence. Incense static. No flare, no panic. Just facts. Fringe fact? There are ancient records of refused offerings, and when it happened, it wasn't taken lightly. It could mean bad weather, political unrest, a breach in temple purity, or simply that the god was, how to put this gently, in a mood. Sometimes they called it divine silence. Other times, they called it a warning. Later that evening, the high priest calls a quiet meeting. No torches, no ceremonial fanfare, just 6 men in a narrow chamber, lit by one blue lamp. They sit in silence. Then the high priest speaks. "The god did not receive the food," he says flatly. No one interrupts. He continues, "We will fast, sunset to sunrise. No exceptions." A junior priest opens his mouth like he's about to ask, "Even the dream priests?" A sharp look silences him. Yes, even them. Because when a god refuses a meal, it's not a complaint. It's a cosmic posture. The temple must respond. Our priest nods. He expected this. But the worst part isn't the fasting. It's the uncertainty, because they don't know why. There was no bad incense, no flawed chant, no forbidden item left near the statue. No one even sneezed this time. Yet the presence wasn't there. And in a religion where ritual is everything, a god refusing ritual is like a king leaving his own throne without saying why. You walk with him through the now quiet temple. Every shadow feels closer. Every carving seems to watch more carefully. And you begin to wonder, what if the gods are watching, but not responding? What if they're waiting, testing, or worse, leaving? Historians still debate whether Egyptian gods were considered ever-present or if their spirit came and went from statues. Some texts suggest a daily drawing in of the god into the idol, implying it could leave just as easily. That's why these rituals were so important. They weren't just worship. They were maintenance. Our priest heads to his chamber without eating. He doesn't even light a lamp. He just sits in the dark, silent, waiting. Because if the god doesn't eat, neither does he. And if the god is silent, so must be the servant. But even as he closes his eyes, his stomach tight, and his heart tight, he listens for something, anything, even a whisper, even a breath. But all he hears is the sound of the wind moving through a temple that suddenly feels too empty. Section 20. Fake beards and real power struggles. Morning returns, like it always does. But this time, it doesn't feel like a promise. It feels like an apology. The sky is gray. Not stormy, not dramatic. Just flat, dull quiet. The kind of gray that forgets to be morning. And inside the temple, no birds call from the rooftops. No cats mewl at the gates. Even the breeze through the colonnades feels hesitant, like it's not sure it should be here today. The priests fasted through the night, as ordered. No food, no beer, no honeyed figs or roasted fish, not even water, just silence, ritual, and the ache of unanswered questions. And now, it's time to dress for the day, but not themselves. Today, they're dressing the god again. Our priest walks through the eastern hall toward the shrine, a folded bundle of fine linen in his arms. This isn't just fabric. It's divine couture, hand-woven, never worn by human skin, washed in milk, and scented with resin. This is the god's mourning garment. Yes, because the statue of the god doesn't just exist. It lives. Symbolically, ceremonially. And that means it wakes, eats, listens, and yes, changes clothes. More than once a day, even. The ancient Egyptians believed that physical care of the divine image was essential, not optional, not symbolic, real. If the god's statue looked neglected, it meant the world was out of balance. Ma'at, the sacred order, was wobbling, and wobbled too long, and, well, you don't want to see what happens next. The dressing ritual is delicate. 2 priests stand outside the chamber. One knocks on the shrine doors, gently, like they're trying not to wake a very important royal toddler. The other speaks softly. "Awaken, Great One. We greet you with clean hands and a pure heart." Then they enter. Our priest follows, carrying the linen. Inside, the same statue, same gold, same inlays, same sharp, divine stillness. But the air is heavier today, the room colder, not physically, spiritually. Still, the ritual must go on. He places the linen on a small stand. The lead reciter begins the chant, and together, with practiced precision, they begin to undress the god. Yes, undress. They remove yesterday's linen, fold it, and set it aside for ritual laundering. The statue is then rubbed lightly with sacred oils, frankincense, myrrh, and a lesser-known blend called heza, used to refresh the skin of eternity. And here's the wild part. As they work, they never turn their backs on the statue. Not once. Even while reaching for oil or adjusting a fold, they pivot, step sideways, bow. Because turning your back on the god? That's a no. In fact, one priest years ago turned too quickly, just once. And the legend says his hair fell out overnight. Coincidence? Possibly. But no one's taken that risk since. Fringe fact? The fake beards that priests sometimes wore, those stiff, woven chin ornaments, weren't just fashion. They were status. Only the high priests got the full-length ones, and wearing them during the dressing ritual was considered a sign of spiritual authority. Think divine stylist with elite clearance. Our priest doesn't wear the beard, not yet. But today, as he helps place the new linen robe over the god's shoulders, he feels a strange warmth. For a moment, just a flicker, he swears the statue moved. Not much, just leaned toward him. His breath catches. He says nothing. The others don't react. But his heart? It's sprinting. He finishes the fold, steps back, bows, then exits the chamber without a word. Outside, he walks straight to the side sanctuary and sits. Just sits because he knows what he felt. And he doesn't know what it means. Was the god returning? Was it a warning? Or did the statue move because he wanted it to? Historians still debate reports like these. Some believe they were optical illusions, shadows playing tricks, stress, and fasting clouding the mind. Others argue that some priests truly believed they were in communion with the divine, that their god could blink, nod, or even speak. One scroll from the Temple of Amun records a priest hearing the phrase, "Not this bread," whispered behind him while placing offerings. He turned. No one there. The bread was removed anyway, just in case. Back in the courtyard, the high priest is speaking quietly to a small group. They're discussing yesterday's refusal, speculating. No one has an answer. One suggests a new incense blend. Another proposes replacing the head priest of the kitchen. He did over-roast the goose last week. But our priest doesn't join them. He just watches the statue's chamber from afar. Watches the closed door. Waits. Because sometimes the god speaks in hunger. And sometimes the god speaks in silence. And sometimes in movement. But when it happens, no one ever says it out loud. They just keep chanting, keep dressing, keep pretending nothing ever blinked. Section 21. Pigeons in the papyrus. You wake in the middle of the night again, not because of a sound, but because of the absence of one. There's no breeze tonight, no crickets, no shifting robes or whispered footsteps echoing down the temple corridors. Just stillness and a faint shimmer in the air, the kind of shimmer that makes your skin feel slightly too tight, like something has passed by, just out of sight. Something watching. Our priest is already awake. He's sitting up on his mat, spine straight, eyes wide, as if he never went to sleep at all. The oil lamp at his side flickers, though no wind stirs it. His hands rest in his lap, palms up. He's waiting, not for morning, for a dream. You see, tonight is his scheduled temple sleep. Yes, that's a thing. In some parts of ancient Egypt, especially in healing temples and divine oracle houses, certain priests were trained in the art of incubation, sleeping within the sacred spaces to receive dreams from the gods. Not dreams like you have. No missed flights or public nudity here. These were messages, instructions, warnings. And tonight, it's his turn. Fringe detail. The Greeks picked up on this practice later in their own healing temples, like those of Asclepius. But the Egyptians were doing it 1,000 years earlier, complete with ritual fasting, purification, and strict sleeping postures. Yes, you were supposed to face north. Our priest lies back slowly, breathes once, twice, then closes his eyes, and the temple begins to lean into the silence. For a while, all is still, until something changes. You're not sure when, but the light shifts. There's no wind, no noise, but suddenly the shadows in the chamber move like they have somewhere to be. You feel heat, then cold, then weight. Not on your body, on your mind, like someone has placed a hand on your thoughts. And then comes the sound. Not music, not a voice, but something between the two. A tone, deep, unplaceable, vibrating behind your ribs. And then from the shadows, a shape begins to form. It's not fully human, not fully God, but it's watching. Its eyes are dark, not evil, but vast, unblinking. And in its gaze, you feel a pressure, the urge to kneel, to speak, to confess. But our priest doesn't move, because this is what he trained for. The dream space is sacred, fragile, And if you speak too soon, the message unravels. So he waits, and the shape speaks, not in words, but in images. First, a stone falling into a pool, ripples. Then, a reed breaking in someone's hand. Then, a face, not one he knows, but it stares at him with recognition. Then the eye, that same eye, open, not blinking, just watching. And then, darkness. He gasps awake, sweating, shivering, but alive. The lamp is out, the chamber cool. And outside, the first thread of morning is pulling at the sky. He sits up, doesn't speak, but begins writing. Dream log entry. Night of fasting, post-refusal. Slept in position of ma'at. Heard tone, low vibration, no chant. Saw, ripple, read, unknown face, open eye. Emotional state, watched, not threatened. Interpretation, unclear. Then he pauses, adds a final line. Felt recognition. He doesn't show the dream to anyone, not yet, because dream logs are private unless invited to be read. In fact, some priests sealed theirs with wax and placed them beneath their sleeping mats, for protection, yes, but also containment. Historians still argue about the significance of dream rituals in Egyptian priesthood. Some claim they were just therapeutic, symbolic tools. Others insist the most powerful dreams shaped temple decisions, even national policy. There are even tales of pharaohs changing campaigns based on the dreams of one reliable sleeper. Our priest doesn't claim that kind of power, but as he steps out into the dawn, he's different. Still tired, still hungry, but steadier, because something looked at him and didn't flinch. And now he waits for the second dream, because they always come in pairs. The gods never send just one message, especially when they blink first. Section 22. Washing a god's underwear. The second dream doesn't come that night, or the night after, or the night after that. And that, somehow, is worse than anything. Because once you've been seen, truly seen, by something not entirely of this world, the absence that follows feels like punishment. Like you did something wrong. Like you were granted a secret, and now the door has slammed shut. Our priest carries the silence with him. He still wakes before dawn, still chants, still anoints the statue, prepares the offerings, attends the recitations. His steps are measured, his voice steady. But behind his eyes, restlessness. He starts to watch the sky more closely, not just the sun, but the stars. Because when the gods stop speaking, sometimes the heavens pick up the slack. He spends the next few evenings up on the temple roof, where the astronomer priests keep their instruments. A simple gnomon, a notched cord, a chalked tablet marked with star paths. Nothing fancy, but deadly accurate. Here, the stars matter. You'd think ancient priests just used them to predict planting or track holidays. And sure, they did that. But more importantly, the stars were messengers. They were clocks, calendars, and sometimes warnings. Tonight, he watches the dog star, Sopdet, the one you know as Sirius. In Egyptian belief, her rise before the sun heralded the flooding of the Nile. Renewal, life, chaos and balance stirred together like sweet beer and bitter herbs. But tonight, Sopdet is late. By a hair. A flicker. Barely noticeable, unless you've been watching for days. But he has. He jots it down anyway. Sopdet delay. Minor. Wind inconsistent. He frowns. The sky's never truly off. Not unless something else is shifting. Down below, the temple carries on. But there are murmurs now. Whispers. A broken tool found in the purification room. A sick falcon in the aviary. A child who wandered in from the outer court and said he saw a statue move. The high priests chalk it up to fatigue. Dust. Imagination. But our priest? He's connecting dots. Dots shaped like eyes. He returns to his chamber and takes out his dream log, rereads his entry. Ripple, read, face, eye. Still makes no sense. He adds, stars off. Offering still refused. Children seeing things. Then stares at the page until the ink dries. Fringe fact? Ancient Egyptian astronomer priests didn't just track stars. They gave each major one personality. Some stars were angry, others cold. There are references to Sopdet being silent in years of drought. And some rituals involved whispering to the stars, asking them to carry messages to the gods who had gone quiet. So that's what he does. He returns to the roof, waits until the sky opens like a dark scroll. And he speaks, softly, not chanting, just speaking. Lord of order, eye that watches, voice behind dreams. Why did you stop? The wind doesn't answer, but a cloud moves, uncovering Sopdet. And she's bright again, brighter than usual, unnaturally so. You feel it too, a sudden warmth on the skin, a flicker of pressure behind the eyes, and for just a breath, a heartbeat, you hear it. The tone, that deep, mind-filling vibration from the dream. Then, gone. No response, no lightning, no divine descent. Just a light that shouldn't be that bright. Our priest logs it. Spoke to Sopdet. Response unclear. Light increase. Felt tone. Brief. Still no sleep that night. Because how could you sleep when a star just answered you back? The next day, he's assigned to kitchen duty, which is exactly as glamorous as it sounds. Hauling grain, washing bowls, keeping jackals out of the spice jars. One junior priest loses a sandal in the wet clay, and no one ever finds it again. But it's not the mess that bothers him. It's the bread. He watches the offering bread rise oddly. The dough, too puffy, then too flat. No one else notices. But he's been watching patterns for days now. And something is off. He leans in, sniffs the loaf. Nothing wrong. No mold. But again, he sees it. A ripple across the top. Not wind. Not heat. Like the ripple in the dream. The one that followed the stone. He doesn't say anything. He just places the bread on the offering tray, lights the incense, waits, and watches. But this time, he doesn't blink, because he's no longer just a servant of the god. He's becoming a witness. And in this temple, Witnessing is the first step to warning. Section 23. The snake in the offering bowl. By the end of the week, the temple smells different. It's subtle at first. The usual layers of incense, oil, baked bread, and lotus still hang in the air. But beneath all that, something sour, metallic, like rain on stone that hasn't seen water in years. No one says anything, but everyone moves faster. The corridors echo with more sandals. The purification baths are crowded earlier than usual. The cats, who usually lounge like furry nobles, are now skittish, darting behind statues and out of sunbeams. The god still hasn't eaten, and the offerings are piling up. Our priest walks past the eastern gate and notices a basket of uneaten figs. Normally, that would never happen. If the god refused them, the temple workers would take them, redistribute them as sacred leftovers. But now, they're just sitting there, wilting, ignored. He doesn't touch them. Instead, he's summoned to a special inspection. That's when things take a turn. He's never been inside the foundation vault before. It's a sealed space beneath the sanctuary floor, barely a crawl space, where sacred objects, spells, and consecrated items are stored. Think of it as a spiritual basement meets a cosmic panic room. Only the high priest, a pair of senior scribes, and our unlucky friend are allowed in. They descend through a narrow shaft, holding clay lamps and small satchels of natron. The smell down here is intense. Old dust, ancient oils, and something disturbingly like wet stone. The walls are marked with red ink. Not black, not gold. Red, the color of protection and danger. You don't write in red unless you mean business. Inside, the vault is cramped, stifling. Rows of sealed jars, scrolls wrapped in linen, shards of faience amulets, and in the center, a box made of ebony, bound with copper wire, unlabeled. The high priest nods to the elder scribe, who mutters a few protective phrases and untwists the wire. Inside, fragments, a broken idol, barely the size of your hand. It's not of the temple god. That much is obvious. The style is older, cruder. Its face is worn smooth, its mouth slightly open, as if caught mid-scream. The high priest speaks quietly. This was buried during the previous dynasty, sealed for good reason. But the signs have returned. The refusal, the ripple, the light. Our priest swallows. He knows what this means. Containment has failed. He dares to ask, "Is this the Watcher?" The scribe flinches. "No," the high priest says, "but it's what the Watcher watched." Historians still debate what these buried relics actually were. Cursed objects? Forgotten gods? Ritual scapegoats? Some scrolls refer to them as remnants of the First Order, things that predated the current pantheon. Others simply called them that which must remain below. In this case, however, it has clearly been moved. Just slightly. The line of dust around it is disturbed. Our priest doesn't speak again. They reseal the box, rebind the wire, whisper a spell with their faces turned sideways, and climb back out. Once back in the light, everything feels too bright, too loud. But something is now different in him. He doesn't feel scared. He feels called. Back in his chamber, he opens his dream log, adds a new entry. Vault opened. Box disturbed. No contact. possible resonance with prior dream. Felt observed, but not hostile. Then he draws it. The open mouth of the idol, the face with no features, the ripple lines around it. It's not beautiful. It's not clear. But it looks familiar. He flips back to his first dream sketch and sees it. The ripple, the eye, the broken reed. The message is unfinished, but it's repeating. And that repetition, that's never random. That's ritual. Later that evening, he skips the chant, tells the others he's meditating. Instead, he returns to the Hall of Names, a room lined with stone tablets, each etched with hieroglyphs, names of every priest who ever served, stretching back generations. Thousands of them. Most unreadable now, their lines softened by time. But he finds the one he's looking for, a name that only appears once, near the top, barely legible. He traces it, then steps back, because beneath the name is a red mark, just one. A tiny painted eye, looking outward, watching. And suddenly, everything makes sense. This isn't a haunting. This isn't even a warning. This is a ritual restart. The god is not refusing. The god is waiting for someone to notice, for someone to remember. And now, he does. He just doesn't know what comes next. Section 24. Jealous Gods and Petty Rivalries. The moon is full tonight. Too full. You step outside, and the courtyard looks like it's been soaked in silver. The shadows are sharp. The statues glow. And the stars, those faithful, watching eyes, seem farther away than usual. Something's changed. Our priest stands alone in the middle of the open court, head tilted back, eyes narrowed against the lunar glare. He hasn't told anyone what he saw in the Hall of Names. Not yet. That red eye under the stone-carved name still flickers in his mind like a coal. He whispers, "Watcher, are you watching still?" No reply. Just the sound of wind brushing over limestone. But deep in the temple, behind the veil of ritual and routine, something is beginning to stir. He feels it in his skin, in the strange pull behind his navel, in the way the sacred ibis, usually serene, have all taken to the roof and are staring at the moon. Yeah, even the birds are suspicious. Tonight, he's not on duty. No offerings, no chants, no robes. So of course, he chooses this moment to break a very small, very sacred rule. He walks the inner archive, alone. Now, the inner archive isn't exactly off limits, but walking it unsupervised, in the dark, with no written purpose logged, that's a paddling. Still, he slips in, lights a small clay lamp, and moves through rows of bundled scrolls and sealed jars. Not everything here is in Egyptian. Some are in cuneiform, others in demotic shorthand that only 2 priests alive can read. But one bundle near the back wall catches his eye. Thin papyrus, bound with red cord, labeled only with a single glyph, I. He unties it slowly. Inside, a chant, a ritual, not for the temple's main god, for something older, dated to a reign no longer on the records, no pharaoh listed, no deity invoked, just a title, for that which opens one eye. He reads aloud, softly. The words are harsh, even in his mouth. Too many corners. Too many glottal stops. It feels like coughing poetry. Then he sees the warning. This prayer is not to awaken. It is to delay. He freezes. Reads it again. Not awaken. Delay. Delay what? He rolls the scroll tighter. Looks around. The air is colder now, and the flame on his lamp is flickering sideways, not dancing, leaning. He places the scroll back where he found it, reties the cord, and as he backs out of the archive, he says aloud, just to the shadows, I won't read it again. Fringe fact? Several scrolls in Egyptian tombs contained reverse spells, prayers not to invite gods, but to keep them away. Some tombs even included false inscriptions meant to confuse wandering spirits, or glyphs written backwards so only the dead could read them. Ritual sabotage, basically, for safety. Our priest makes his way back toward his chamber, but he doesn't stop there. Instead, he walks to the oldest part of the temple, past the scribe hall, past the kitchen, past the shrine, all the way to the well of stars. It's dry now, just a hollow circle lined with white limestone. But once, it reflected the heavens so perfectly that priests used it to predict eclipses. They called it the night eye, because when the sun closed, the water opened. He sits beside it and waits, not for water, not for dreams, for confirmation, because something's waking, and he needs to know if it's been awake all along. He closes his eyes, lets the moonlight touch his forehead, and breathes, slow, even. And then, a whisper, not words, just pressure. A single drop of sound against the stillness, like a pebble in a cave, like someone knocking once, only once, on a door that no longer has hinges. He opens his eyes, looks down into the well, still dry, but the reflection is not his. It's not even human, just an eye, open, watching, then gone. He doesn't scream, doesn't run. He just stands and whispers one word, soon. Because now he knows. The ritual wasn't broken. It was paused, and something has just hit play. Section 25. The night the stars went out. At dawn, the temple wakes as if nothing's happened. Roosters crow from distant courtyards. Junior priests haul laundry to the sacred lake. Somewhere, someone drops a bronze bowl and gets yelled at by 3 different supervisors. Business as usual. But you feel it in the undercurrent, the change, the tension, a subtle tightness around the edges of every interaction. The high priest's smile is forced. The incense smoke clings longer to your robes. And even the temple cats, usually indifferent emperors of their own shadowy realms, now travel in pairs. No one says why. But our priest, he knows. He knows the eye in the well wasn't metaphor. It wasn't a vision. It was real. And it's watching now, with both eyes open. Today, he's assigned to statue polishing. Normally, it's a mundane task, buffing sacred bronze, applying gold leaf paste, keeping the divine decor Instagram ready. But today, it feels different, because the statue he's assigned to, it's the guardian of the gate, a falcon-headed deity with a crown of dual feathers and arms crossed in eternal vigilance. And its eyes are wrong. Too shiny. Too focused. It's not supposed to look at you. It's supposed to look past you, through you, into eternity. But this one, it's tracking. He tests it, walks slowly to the left. The eyes remain fixed. He moves to the right. Still fixed. He drops his cloth, bends down. The eyes don't follow. But when he stands, locked again. He places both hands on the base of the statue and leans in just slightly. "Are you the one?" he whispers. Nothing. But a gust of wind moves through the corridor behind him. Indoors. A place with no windows. He steps back, finishes the polish, logs the task, marks nothing unusual. Because at this point, writing down every weird thing would fill an entire papyrus roll before breakfast. He walks to the scribe hall and finds the dream keeper, an old man with ink permanently stained into the folds of his fingers, and a smile like he knows jokes you wouldn't understand, even if he explained them 3 times. Our priest leans in, says softly, "I need help with an interpretation." The scribe raises an eyebrow. "Yours?" He nods. 2 dreams. No speech, only symbols. The ripple, the broken reed, an eye, and now reflections, but not mine. The scribe doesn't write anything. He just leans back, thoughtful, then says, "Was the eye ever closed?" "Yes." "And now it isn't?" He nods again. The scribe's voice drops. "Then it's not a god. It's a reminder." "What kind of reminder?" The scribe chuckles once, without humor. "That you're late. A fringe detail?" In certain Egyptian mystery cults, priests weren't trained just to serve the gods. They were trained to recognize timing. That is, to know when something should happen, and when something was overdue. The idea that the sacred could be waiting for you was more terrifying than the idea of it arriving uninvited. The scribe hands him a scrap of papyrus, says nothing, walks away. On it, just one line. "If the eye remains open beyond the flood, begin the 3rd voice." Our priest doesn't know what that means, but he knows what flood it's referring to. The Nile, which rises like clockwork every year after Sopdet reappears in the sky. A divine cycle, a planetary promise. And this year, Sopdet was late, which means the flood will be too. He goes to the high platform, the overlook built just above the southern wall. From there, you can see the great river, shimmering like a living god beneath the sky. It's calm now. Too calm. The priests say it'll rise in 2 days. But his gut says something different. And then, right as he's about to turn away, he sees it. A boat, drifting slowly across the river's surface. Small, unmarked. No sail, no oars. Just gliding, silent. And standing in it, a figure, draped in black linen. No features, just shape. And watching him, from the middle of the Nile, at midday. He blinks. It's still there. He looks around. No one else seems to see it. He turns back, and it's gone. He whispers, "Late. I'm late. And now, it's not just about what's coming. It's about what he's supposed to do. Because if something has been waiting and watching and has now opened its second eye, then the ritual isn't just restarting. It's demanding a response. And he might be the only one who hears the question. Section 26. Sacred Lice and Other Ironies. That night, our priest doesn't go to sleep. He pretends to, lets the others see him yawn, stretch, roll into his mat like any normal, exhausted servant of the gods. He even fluffs his reed pillow for show. But as soon as the chambers fall quiet, he's gone. Soft-footed down the hall, past the flickering torch niches, and beneath the carved lintel that reads, "Those who seek without purity shall find without mercy." Comforting. He carries no lamp, just the pale light of a half-moon through the narrow clerestory windows, casting thin slats of silver across the polished floor, like bars on a cell. He's not heading to the sanctuary, not to the archives. He's going beneath, to the crypt chamber. Now, crypt might be a strong word. No coffins here, but this particular chamber, carved deep into the oldest foundation of the temple, was used only for rituals involving containment. Spells to bind, to seal, to delay. That phrase from the dream scribe keeps repeating in his head. If the eye remains open beyond the flood, and now the eye is open, and the flood still missing. So maybe he's too late, or maybe he's right on time for something worse. He steps into the crypt. Immediately, the temperature drops. Even though it's Egypt in midsummer, the stone sweats with chill. There are no windows, no incense burners, only carvings, layer after layer of glyphs, so dense they overlap. Ancient names, crossed out, seals etched in circles, warnings shaped like jackals, serpents, and twisted reed knots. At the center of the room, a stone table, black basalt, smooth as glass. He doesn't touch it, just circles once, examining. And then he sees it, a faint crack down the center, barely visible, but new. Fringe detail? Some temples had null chambers, sacred rooms built not to summon gods, but to absorb unwanted power, designed with sound-muffling curves and stone that didn't reflect light. They were places of dissolution. If a ritual failed, or something woke that wasn't meant to, you brought it here. This room feels like one of those. And the crack? It's not just physical. He feels it in his chest, too. Like something opening, something long sealed. And right as he leans closer, a knock. Not behind him, below him. 3 soft, deliberate taps. Like something inside the stone table just politely asked to be let out. He doesn't run, but he does kneel, hands pressed to the cold floor. And for the first time in years, he begins to pray without words. Because this isn't a moment for recitation. This is something older, something listening. From his satchel, he pulls out the dream log, opens to a fresh page, writes, "Crypt chamber accessed, crack found in containment table, audible contact, 3 knocks, no light, no voice, no known ritual matches, emotional state, lucid, afraid, alert. Recommendation: 3rd voice, must begin. But what is the third voice? He's seen the phrase once before, on a scrap of scroll tucked between two offerings in the archive. First voice is action. Second is dream. Third is knowing. And beneath it, only those who have seen the eye may speak it. So he's eligible. Congratulations. He pockets the scroll, leaves the crypt. As he ascends the narrow stairs back toward the living temple, something changes. The air warms. The silence fades. But there's a feeling following him up the steps. Not a presence, not a figure, just curiosity. Like whatever's been watching has now decided to listen. Back in the main courtyard, the other priests are lighting the first lamps of the night. He joins them, smiles when spoken to, returns the greetings. Because when something ancient and unblinking is pressing its face against the veil of reality, sometimes the best camouflage is routine, but he knows what he has to do next. He has to speak the third voice. He has no idea how. But when you're being watched by something that knocks from beneath basalt and won't accept offerings or dreams, you stop waiting. You start answering, even if you don't know the language yet. Section 27. Whispers behind papyrus. Doors. The temple is bustling by midday, but he barely notices. The scent of incense burns sharp in the air. The chants echo across limestone arches. There's a minor commotion in the kitchen because someone misplaced a sacred ladle again. Probably the same person who lost that sandal. And still, he walks through it all like a man underwater. Because now, he's listening, not to the priests, not to the gods, but to the gaps between sound, to the stillness where answers might hide. The third voice. He doesn't know what it is, not exactly, but he knows it's not spoken with the mouth. He knows it's not found in books, and somehow he knows it lives in rhythm. He begins to notice patterns. A torch that always flickers at the same time each morning. A flock of birds that flies overhead at exactly the moment the offering is lifted. The way the breeze through the hypostyle hall makes the banners whisper. And one of them, always the third from the left, sounds a little like breathing. You might think he's losing it. But remember, this is Egypt. And in Egypt, even the wind can be holy. He returns to the rooftop at dusk, watches the sun lower itself into the Nile like a slow coin into a deep well. And again, he listens. And that's when he hears it. Not outside. Inside. A beat. Faint. Deliberate. Coming from his own chest, but not his heartbeat. It's slower. Wider. A pulsing that seems to resonate through his bones, as if the space between his ribs is trying to hum. He drops to his knees, places both palms flat on the warm stone rooftop, and lets the sound rise. It doesn't come as words. It comes as understanding. The third voice is not speech. It's alignment. When your body, the temple, the earth, and the eye in the void all vibrate at the same frequency. It's like remembering a song you never learned. He begins to chant, not with his mouth, but with his body. Each breath measured, each muscle moving in slow, symmetrical patterns. Hands sweep, head bows, back arches, then straightens. The movements don't make sense to anyone watching. But if you've ever watched reeds bend in a river and somehow felt calmer for it, then you've heard the third voice, too. Fringe detail? Some surviving temple records describe the dance of the unseen, ritual movements meant not for public display, but for communion with invisible forces, not gods, not ancestors, something older, movements that only made sense when the air itself responded. And as he finishes this silent, body-led chant, something responds. The air tightens, the rooftop grows cold, and behind him, a shadow forms. He doesn't turn. He doesn't need to. He feels it, watching. And, for the first time, he watches back, not with his eyes, with his knowing. The same way a lion senses arrival from the rustle of too tall grass. There's no fear, no threat, only recognition. The shadow leans closer, not physically, spiritually, like a hand being laid gently against a page. And just like that, a word appears in his mind, not heard, not seen, just present. Prepare, then gone. The shadow fades. The warmth returns. The birds begin to sing again, like someone just pressed play. He stands slowly, dusts off his hands, and smiles for the first time in days, because he understands now. He's not a witness. He's not even a messenger. He's a door. And the knocking was coming from the inside. Back in his chamber, he writes one final note into the dream log. I have heard the third voice. It is not mine, yet it uses me. The eye does not look out. It looks in. I am not speaking. I am being spoken. He closes the scroll, seals it, places it in the hollow behind the old ibis statue, the one with the cracked beak and the missing foot. No one ever looks there. Because now it's not about messages. It's about movement. The kind of movement that happens when the world needs resetting. And the priests who hear the third voice, they're the ones who turn the key. Section 28. The Forbidden Scroll Room. The wind changes direction. It doesn't sound dramatic, but in a temple calibrated to cosmic balance, where doors are built to face stars and walls echo at specific times of day, a shift in wind is like a note out of tune in a symphony. Our priest notices it instantly. He's in the purification chamber, mid-ablution, water cupped in both hands, when the breeze slides through the opposite archway. Wrong direction, wrong temperature, and wrong timing. This breeze wasn't scheduled. He finishes the ritual without breaking form, dries his hands, wraps his linen robe tighter, then walks toward the sanctuary, like a man heading into an echo. And that's exactly what he finds. Because when he enters the outer chamber, something's missing. Sound. No fire crackle from the oil lamps. No shuffle of acolytes adjusting drapery. Even his own steps seem muffled, like the stone beneath him is suddenly softer. He moves to the statue room, alone. The god's image still stands, perfect and gleaming, gold and lapis, eyes stern, robes in place. But now, there's a line, a single, thin, red line, running from the corner of the statue's eye to the center of its cheek, like a tear. Painted? Not quite. Etched? No. Written. It isn't blood. It isn't pigment. It's a line into the stone itself. And it wasn't there yesterday. He steps closer, squints. It's not just a mark. It's text. Microscopic, script so small, it feels like the words were whispered onto the stone instead of carved. He leans in, reads the first phrase. When the eye watches long enough, it begins to weep. A chill rolls across his spine. He leans back, heart racing. The line continues, curving down, splitting into more words, winding around the statue like ivy no one planted. Another phrase. To speak is to open. To open is to be undone. He swallows. Fringe fact? A few ancient inscriptions refer to weep lines on sacred statues, thought to be spiritual expressions of grief or cosmic warnings. One obscure tablet, locked in a vault in modern times, even suggests that when a god image begins to weep, it means the veil between worlds is weakening. Our priest circles the statue. Every step reveals more writing. Not random. A message. From something. To someone. He doesn't speak it aloud. Not yet. He's learned better, but he does trace it in the air with his finger, memorizing the shapes, the curls, the grammar of something not quite human. Then, another chill, because now the room is hot, like summer at high noon, like the walls are holding in breath, and from behind the statue, a sound, not footsteps, not speech, just one long, drawn-out inhale, like someone just woke up. He turns. No one. But something has changed. The statue is no longer watching forward. It's watching him. You read that, right? The eyes have shifted. Only a fraction. A sliver. But it's real. He's not hallucinating. The eyes, those perfect lapis orbs, are now looking directly at him. He doesn't blink. He can't. And the words carve deeper into his mind. I do not sleep. I remember. I return. That's when he realizes this isn't just a message on the statue. It's a message through it. A voice finding shape in stone. The third voice isn't only felt. It can write. It can speak itself into matter. He backs out slowly. Not in fear, in reverence, because something is watching with his own eyes now. And it's starting to speak in him. Back in his chamber, he doesn't log it. Not in the dream scroll, not on papyrus. He writes it in the dust under his sleeping mat. Just one line. The god weeps in words, because he understands now. The eye doesn't blink. It writes. And those who listen, they become part of the sentence. Section 29. When the statue. Moved sleep comes, but not gently. You lie down. You close your eyes. You do all the right things. Slow breathing, empty thoughts, the mental checklist of shutting down the body, one limb at a time. But the stillness doesn't stick, because now the silence is too still. It waits like a hunter, and your dreams no longer belong to you. Our priest enters the dream not by falling asleep, but by being taken. One breath, he's in his chamber. The next, he's somewhere else. A hall, endless, lined with statues, not of gods, but of priests. Each one carved in precise detail. But something's off. Their mouths are all sealed, covered by cloth, or wax, or nothing at all. Just smooth skin where speech should be. And their eyes? Every statue has one eye open, one eye shut. He walks down the hall slowly. His sandals don't echo. The air is heavy, like it's full of liquid time. Then he hears it. Writing. Not scratching. Not quill and ink. Actual writing. The sound of words pulling themselves into place. He follows it to the end of the corridor, finds a single slab of obsidian standing upright like a mirror. It's blank at first. Then one line appears. Say the word, and you will open. He doesn't speak, because something in his bones is screaming. You don't know what open means here. He steps back. Another line appears. You are already the sentence. Fringe. Detail. Ancient dream manuals in the temples of Thoth describe reading dreams literally, treating the dream landscape as scrolls to interpret. Walk through enough of them, and you become a walking glyph yourself. A sentence in divine grammar. Our priest kneels, not out of worship, but because standing feels inappropriate, like shouting in a library. He closes his eyes, waits. When he opens them, he's back, in his chamber, but not alone. On the floor before him, drawn in fine red dust, is a circle. And in the center, a glyph, one he's never seen before. It looks like an eye, but not stylized. Real, veined, alive, and beneath it, another line, written in the same red powder. Begin the return. He doesn't touch it. He steps around it carefully, sits against the far wall, and breathes, because now he understands. The ritual isn't restarting. It's resurrecting. And he's not the first to walk this path. He remembers the name under the stone in the Hall of Names. The one with the eye painted beneath it. That priest walked this path, saw these signs. He probably sat in this very room. And maybe he did speak the word. And maybe that's why the ritual stopped last time. Too much truth spoken at once. Now, it's back. And it's unfinished business. He lights a single lamp, grabs the last scroll in his bundle, one with no ink yet, meant for initiates to practice glyphs. Instead, he writes, "The eye watches from within. The God is not distant. The door is not above us. We are inside it. To write is to listen. To listen is to become." Then, in the corner of the scroll, he adds the glyph from the dust, exactly as it appeared, and feels it burn a little under his fingers, because writing it means agreement. The next morning, he is silent. He walks the corridors like a shadow. He bows when needed, washes hands when expected, offers bread with a steady hand and unreadable eyes. But something is glowing inside him now. A fire wrapped in velvet, a voice humming through the marrow of his spine. And though no one else hears it, he does. It says, line into line, word into world. The return begins. and he smiles. Because he finally understands. He's not just part of the ritual. He is the ritual. Section 30. The God who ghosted everyone. At sunrise, the temple bells ring late, just by a few seconds. Most don't notice, but our priest does, because at this point, even the smallest slip feels monumental. He stands at the edge of the sacred lake, watching the ripples stretch toward shore. The sky reflects in the water, pale pink, hints of gold, and a single thread of cloud that looks like it was drawn by a careless god. Today is Initiation Day. The youngest acolytes, 12 of them, will be anointed and welcomed into formal service. There'll be rituals, feasts, chants, and a lot of awkward bowing. And guess who's been asked to lead the first rite? Yep, our priest. But he's not thinking about the ceremony. He's thinking about the line of red dust still sitting in his chamber, the glyph still watching from the floor, and the voice inside him that has grown louder each night. Not screaming, just waiting. He knows he's nearing the end of something, or maybe the beginning of everything. Still, he dons the ritual sash, carries the ceremonial crook, smiles at the boys who fidget nervously in their new robes, walks into the main courtyard like a man with no volcano, humming quietly beneath his feet. The first part goes fine. They recite the names. They wash in the sacred pool. The elder priest gives the traditional blessing. You are now servants of the eye that sees all. Oh, if only they knew. Then it's his turn. He steps forward, raises his hand, and for a moment, he forgets what language is. The words slide through his mind like water through a sieve. He looks down at the acolytes, mouths open in reverent attention, waiting, trusting. He clears his throat, and then, quietly, almost involuntarily, he says, "One eye sees. One eye speaks. The third listens." Silence. Not confusion. Not fear. Just a subtle, collective blink. Like everyone heard the words without knowing why they understood them. Then the head priest claps. Ceremony resumes. But in the shadows, 3 senior scribes exchange a glance, and one of them disappears quietly behind a column. Our priest notices, and for the first time, he's not afraid of being seen, because he understands now. The ones who really hear the third voice, they've been hiding in plain sight. He returns to his chamber. The red glyph is gone, but on the wall above his mat, etched faintly into the plaster, is a phrase. We are the word before the gods. We are the sentence they dream through. He doesn't remember writing it, but he feels exhausted, like someone has been speaking through him in his sleep. Fringe detail? A fragment of a 19th dynasty scroll tells of those who spoke the forgotten tongue, priests chosen by fate, not rank, to utter syllables not meant for mortal throats. Their words weren't remembered, but the outcomes were plagues, stars that changed color, doors that appeared where no walls had been. Outside, the temple drums begin, preparations for the feast. He doesn't go. Instead, he climbs the east tower. The wind is warm, too warm. He looks out over the Nile. The water is still flat, no flood, still late. And right then, in the very heart of midday heat, he sees it. A shape in the sky. Not a bird, not a cloud, a line. Vertical, straight, dark, like a crack in the fabric of the blue. And it's getting wider. He blinks. Gone. But the pressure in his ears remains. He descends the tower, passes a pair of novices arguing over lentils, walks straight to the archive. He doesn't knock, just enters. The elder scribe looks up, says nothing, just pushes a scroll across the table, unmarked. He opens it, reads. It's a record from centuries ago, about another priest. Same signs, same red line, same third voice, and a note at the bottom, handwritten in a frantic scrawl. He spoke the final line and vanished in the hall of statues. Not death, not departure, just rewritten. He closes the scroll, hands it back, says, "It's happening again." The scribe nods, softly. It never stopped. Because that's the real truth, isn't it? Rituals don't begin and end. They loop. And now, he's next in line, not to serve the god, but to become the sentence. Section 31, Offerings Gone Missing. He doesn't sleep that night, not because he's afraid, but because he's listening. Listening for the sound of language folding itself inward, for dreams that walk instead of drift, for footsteps that don't echo because they're not in the temple. They are the temple. He sits cross-legged in his chamber, alone, still wearing his ceremonial sash, now loosened and stained with oil. The lamp beside him sputters gently, casting shadows that seem to lean closer every few minutes. Outside, the feast is winding down. Laughter, music, wine-soaked chanting. But in here, only the silence of a page waiting for ink. And now, he understands what he has to do. He's been spoken through. He's listened. He's waited. He's watched. And now, it's time to write the final line, the last entry in the dream log. But not in papyrus this time, not with ink, not for scribes. He rises slowly, limbs stiff, wraps a strip of linen around each forearm. A ritual, not for protection, but for transition. He walks the corridor to the hall of statues, a long, high-ceilinged chamber lined with images of gods, kings, and divine hybrids. Some have human eyes, some have falcon eyes, but none are looking straight ahead. Until now. Because when he enters, the first statue on the right, the old one, the forgotten one with the cracked base and broken scepter, turns its gaze. Just a flicker, enough to make him pause. He walks forward anyway. The third voice is humming now, not as sound, but as gravity. A pull in the chest, a tilt in the world. He stands in the exact center of the hall, spins once, slowly, like aligning a compass, then kneels. And here, he speaks, not with his mouth, with his being, and the final line writes itself across the chamber, not on the walls, but in the air. You can't see it unless you've listened as long as he has, but it's there. He feels it write itself into the space behind his eyes. I do not end. I punctuate. I turn the page, and the world shifts. For 1 second, all the torches in the temple go out at once, then return. No one notices, except the cats. They hiss and scatter, and in the hall of statues, he is gone. Not in a puff of smoke, not in a beam of light. Just not there. His robes remain. So does his sash. And on the stone beneath them, drawn in delicate red powder that no one placed, the glyph, the eye, open, watching. But now there's something new beneath it. A second glyph, one no one has seen before. It looks like a doorway, but shaped like a sentence, a beginning and an end. Fringe fact: in one heavily damaged temple inscription, there's a phrase historians still argue about. Some translate it as, "He spoke and vanished." Others claim it says, "He became what was spoken." Still others insist it reads, "He was the pause between gods." Back in the scribe's chamber, the elder wakes suddenly. No dream, just a knowing. He rises, walks to his scroll shelf, pulls out the dream log left by our priest, finds the last entry. The temple is not a place. It is a sentence spoken slowly across generations. Some are commas, some are questions. I am a door. Then a red glyph, pressed not in ink, but in heat. The scroll is warm to the touch. He closes it, says aloud, "He finished the line." Outside, the Nile finally begins to rise. The floodwaters shimmer in the moonlight. The ibis return to the roof. The sacred cats settle again. And the temple? It breathes, because the ritual wasn't waiting for him to finish. It was waiting for him to begin the next phrase. And somewhere, beyond what we call waking or dream, a figure kneels in a chamber of stars, smiling, listening, becoming. Section 32. The Temple Janitor with Secrets. You wake to birdsong, not the squawky, panicked kind, but a long, single-note call, like the throat of a heron, stretching across the dawn. And just for a moment, you forget. Forget the glyphs, the whispers, the third voice humming in your ribs. You're just a priest again, with stiff knees, and a headache from incense that was far too spicy last night. But the dream returns before your feet even hit the floor. Not the content, just the sensation. The feeling of being read, not reading. The weight of meaning pressing against your skin like a second robe. The sense that your own thoughts are footnotes in a sentence someone else is still composing. You walk to the basin, splash your face. The water feels off, cooler than it should be. Not refreshing, just still. Like it hasn't moved since yesterday. Like it was waiting. You dry your face slowly, then turn to the wall beside your mat. And there it is. Another phrase. This time in faint gold dust, as if brushed with sunrise itself. The one who listened has become the ear. You don't react. You just nod. Because what else can you do when the temple is writing back? Fringe detail. In certain lost rituals of the temple of Edfu, scribes recorded visions of living inscriptions, phrases that appeared on walls during rites of alignment. They were not to be copied, not to be spoken, just observed and absorbed. The scribe would then carry the phrase in silence for life, like a private god. You head out, robes crisp, sandals clean. Today is just another day in the temple. And yet, every room feels shifted. The sanctuary smells sharper. The columns seem taller. The torchlight flickers to a rhythm you now recognize, because it's the same beat you heard in your dream. One of the junior scribes approaches, says, "Have you seen him?" You raise an eyebrow. "Seen who?" "The one who vanished." "Ah, so they've noticed." "He's returned to the dust," you say softly. The scribe looks confused, but only for a moment, then nods and walks away, like he understands anyway. Because now, everything in the temple is starting to make sense in a different language. You head to the archive, not to study, to add, not to a scroll, to the room. There's an alcove in the back, usually empty, unadorned. But when you enter today, you see it's not empty. There's a bowl of water, a reed stylus, a sheet of untouched linen, waiting. No instructions. But you know what to do. You sit, dip the reed, and write. One has gone into the sentence. Another prepares to follow. The breath between them is the temple. And then, without thinking, you draw two glyphs. The eye, and beneath it, the doorway sentence. This time, you add a third, new, unseen. A shape like a hand, but curled, not grasping, but passing. When you finish, the ink dries instantly. You blink, and the linen is gone. The bowl empty, the stylus dry. The alcove blank again. You step out, and the scribe who asked about the vanished priest is standing outside the door, his eyes wide. He says, "Did you hear it?" You nod. "The voice?" He nods back, then whispers, "I think it's choosing again." And you smile, because now you know. That's exactly how it spreads. Not like fire, not like water, like script. Passed from body to body, soul to soul. A punctuation mark sliding from sentence to sentence. Later that day, the head priest calls an assembly. He looks tired, hollow, but also peaceful. He says, "The Nile has risen. The God has accepted our weight, and we, in turn, must accept his new speech." Some priests murmur. Others shift nervously. A few nod, like they, too, have heard something. The head priest continues. There will be changes. Small at first. The order of prayers. The path of the incense. The rhythm of the gongs. You may not understand. That is acceptable. He pauses, looks at you, and says, "But some of you will, because some of you already do." And just like that, the temple changes register. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't rebel. It adjusts. Because that's what rituals do when they're alive. They evolve. And as the assembly disperses, you pass the scribe from earlier. He leans in, whispers, "Teach me the glyphs, Taita." And you reply, "No. Let them write themselves in you." Because the truth is, you don't write the third voice. It writes you. Section 33. One eye open. Always. The days begin to slow. Not in time, but in texture. Every hour stretches just a little longer. The shadows take their time crossing walls. The breeze forgets to rush, and even the sun seems to linger a few extra heartbeats before sliding behind the western columns. You notice it most during evening prayers, where once there were strict rhythms: clap, chant, bautbumha, breathe. Now there's drift. Not disorder, just softness. Like the temple is waiting between each line, waiting for something unspoken, or maybe waiting for someone to speak it. You walk the inner halls, your hands brushing the wall as you go, feeling the carved glyphs pulse faintly under your fingertips. Not warmth, not motion, just attention. The wall is aware of you, and that would have been terrifying a month ago. But now, it's like recognizing an old friend at the market. The new scribe, yes, the curious one, has begun to sit near you during morning rituals. He doesn't ask questions anymore. He listens, just listens. And one day, without warning, he shows you a scrap of parchment tucked in his robe. No introduction, no context, just, "When I opened my eyes this morning," the sky blinked back. You smile. He's heard it too. Fringe detail? In the most obscure corner of the Temple of Esna, there's a ceiling inscription that reads, "The sky is not silent. It winks in time with the soul of the awake." Historians chalk it up to poetic nonsense, but maybe they just haven't blinked at the right moment. Later that night, you visit the Well of Stars again. The water has returned. It wasn't summoned. It wasn't poured. It just is. The stars reflect perfectly, despite the slight breeze. But then, your breath catches, because you see something different. Your reflection, but only one eye. The other? Gone. Not damaged. Just missing. As if that part of you no longer belongs in water, or in reflection, or in this layer of reality. You close your eyes, and the glyphs bloom behind your eyelids like after-images of the soul. You hear the rhythm again, not from within, not from without, but from between. It says, 3 voices, 1 page, endless turnings. You open your eyes. The water is calm, the stars still blinking. You whisper into the well, "I'm ready." But there's no dramatic reply, no wind, no vision, just silence. And that's how you know. The voice heard. You return to the archive, not to study, but to Wahad. You take a fresh scroll, sit in the corner by the cracked lamp, dip your reed, and begin. We are not priests. We are punctuation. The gods speak us to pause between themselves. Our robes are syntax. Our chants are breath marks. Our dreams, footnotes in a divine conversation. You pause. Then, slowly, carefully, you draw the 3 glyphs. I, sentence door. And now, the newest one, a pair of curved lines, like parentheses enclosing a flame. It has no name yet, but it's listening. And in that moment, you realize something incredible. This scroll isn't for the temple. It isn't for the gods. It's for the next one. The next who hears the voice. The next who will vanish from the hall of statues, robes folded neatly behind them. Because the ritual has a shape now. It loops and expands, each time more refined, each time more precise. Not to end anything, but to say it better, And you? You're just one beautiful clause in a sentence still being written across centuries. Section 34. The dagger under the pillow. The temple feels like a breath held in the chest of something larger. Everyone moves a little quieter now, not from fear, but from recognition. Something has changed, and instead of resisting it, they're walking in step. You walk the perimeter of the sanctuary at dawn, not because it's your assigned duty, but because the stones there remember things others forget. You place your palm on a spot where the wall warms slightly before sunrise. And this morning, it's warm early, almost like it knows you're coming. You smile, because now the temple greets you back. That afternoon, the high priest calls a quiet gathering. Only 5 are invited. All have heard it. Some in dreams, one during a fever, one while meditating in the crypt, and all of them describe the same thing, a sentence that doesn't speak in words, just knowing. The high priest lights no flame, says no chant. He simply leans in and whispers. What we called rituals were always memories. We are the remembering. Fringe detail? Certain scrolls recovered from the Temple of Karnak suggest that high priests were not originally leaders, but librarians of meaning. Their task was to preserve not actions, but patterns, emotional sequences that formed the grammar of divinity. You speak next, not by plan, not by appointment, but because the voice taps your throat and you let it through. Your words come in rhythm. The eye opens, the page turns, the sentence continues. We are not to end it. We are to extend it. The others nod. No one claps. No one chants. They breathe together. And that's enough. You don't return to your chamber that night. You return to the Hall of Statues, where robes once vanished, where glyphs etched themselves without tools. You walk slowly between the stone watchers. You whisper to each, I see you seeing. And something whispers back. No words, just recognition. You sit in the center, close your eyes. The room darkens, even though torches remain lit. You hear no footsteps, but the floor beneath you seems to reposition, like a scroll, realigning its lines to let a new phrase begin. You are the phrase, and you know it now. You are the third voice, spoken. You rise. Place your palm against the cold basalt pillar at the hall's end, and suddenly your fingers sink, not into the stone, but into meaning, like pressing into a surface made of pure sentence. You feel yourself understood, not read, felt. You step forward, and the stone accepts. Your robes do not fall behind. This time, they come with you, because now, you're not leaving the temple. You're becoming it. Back outside, at the sacred lake, the new scribe, yes, the one with the clever eyes and quiet breath, wakes from a dream. He sits up, rushes to the Hall of Statues, finds no priest, but on the wall, a fresh glyph. The 4th, this one shaped like a spiral curling inward into an eye. He kneels, whispers. He passed through. Not gone, not lost. Just one line deeper into the grammar of gods. Because that's how the third voice works. It doesn't explain. It writes you into place. And when you are finished being said, you turn into the space between letters, waiting for the next. Section 35, Last Light over Karnak. The sky shifts, not in color, not in weather, but in tone. You feel it the moment you wake up, or rather you don't remember waking up. You just find yourself already standing, already dressed, already walking, as if some part of you has decided, it's time. The breeze carries sand today, but it brushes the skin softly, like fingertips turning pages in a book so ancient its paper sighs at every touch. The temple is nearly silent. Even the birds have gone quiet, and the usual clatter of sandals against stone, of bronze bowls, of scribes whispering about dream fragments, all of it is hushed, not out of fear, but reverence, as if the whole structure is holding its breath, waiting for a final period, or a beautiful semicolon. You enter the well of stars one last time. The water is glowing faintly, not reflecting starlight, but radiating from within. You kneel beside it, place your hand into the surface, and feel no resistance. Your fingers slide into cool, infinite depth. Not wet, not cold, just open. You lean down, not to drink, to whisper. Let the voice that wrote me write again. And in response, you hear it. Not a roar, not a whisper, just the soft, deliberate sound of a pen lifting. Somewhere, the gods are preparing their next sentence, but they need space. They need pause. They need breath. And that's you. You return to the sanctuary, light a single lamp, place a clean scroll beside it, and leave it blank. You don't need to write anything more, because the next one will. Someone else will wake with the rhythm in their chest, with dreams that echo backwards, with glyphs that appear on walls that should not speak. And they'll find your silence, your absence, your space. And know, he was the breath between lines. Fringe detail? In an untranslated shard from the Library of Alexandria, there's a phrase believed to mean, the truest priest is the one who leaves a blank for the god to finish. That blank, scholars think, is not emptiness. It's invitation. Later, they will come looking. The young scribe, the head priest, even the cat that always followed you, but pretended not to. They'll find no body, no robe, just the open scroll, the still burning lamp. And on the far wall, a single new glyph. This one shaped like a closed eye, but with light leaking from beneath the lid. A message, a punctuation, a signature. The temple will continue. New priests will rise. Dreams will shift. Floods will return on their own strange schedules. And somewhere in the interline of heaven and stone, you will wait. Not asleep, not watching, just listening for the next one to speak the line into being. And when they do, you'll nod, because that's what the third voice does. It never stops. It just becomes clearer. And the gods? They don't want followers. They want sentences. And you, priest of the eye, you were a beautiful one, wind down. And now, the temple is still. The torches have burned low, flickering softly in their sconces, casting long shadows that sway like old memories. The Nile hums in the distance, calm, and full again. Its waters brushing the banks with a sound like breath. If you close your eyes, you can feel the sandstone cooling under the stars, the air carrying traces of myrrh, frankincense, and a whisper of something older, something nameless. The statues rest. The scribe's pen is dry, and the last glyph sits quietly in its place, waiting for eyes brave enough to read it. You don't need to remember every detail. You don't need to understand every symbol, because deep down, something in you already does. Something ancient and listening and unwritten. Something that hears the hush between stories and recognizes it not as silence, but as invitation. So let the weight of the sand settle. Let your shoulders fall. Let your breath slow until even the cats doze and the walls seem to hum a lullaby in stone. You've wandered through temples and dreams tonight, through glyphs and riddles, through doors carved into the very sky. And now, you are home. Let the eye close. Let the sentence rest. You've traveled far enough for one night. Sleep well, sentence walker. Sleep well. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.